What's up, guys? Welcome back. Welcome back. No shoes. Oh, right. No shoes. See what happens. What happens? A couple hours. What? Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Her speed is 0% growth rate, but um, without a single rainbow, we're here by there with 0% growth rate. This is only at 10% or 14%, or was it 8%? One of those two. It's either 14% or 8%. One of them's 14%. I know Wit's 8%. I think it's Guts is 8%. Excuse me. Nice. Which one do we do? Twice? Wow. Double mood downs are killing me. Mm. Oops. Oh.
each with their own advantages and disadvantages. I actually lied. There's a secret fifth race strategy that at the time of this video is only on one Uma. Silent Suzuka has a race strategy that builds up front runners, however, to the extreme. Runaway. It all started when Geico, a convention I had already planned on going, announced their local swimming tournament on April Fool's Day. I knew that I wanted to have a strategy, or some way to stand out, but I didn't know what. So I just put this idea on the back of my mind as I went throughout my day. But I knew at some point I had to start thinking of something soon. It was only when I was racing my friends in real life when I remembered my racing strategy. I had spent all my stamina racing ahead of everyone, and although I had lost, my idea for Runaway Suzuka had come to fruition. The reason why Runaway Suzuka had become so overlooked at this point, despite being very dominant before, was due to the track laser scenario. This scenario allows for massive stat improvements from Unity Code. However, Runaway in this was not possible. Therefore, Runaway was a big gamble, having significantly less stats than the current meta. Just going to test the waters, I did a couple of things. Fail, 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 and then one of them worked. Although it worked by technicality, it didn't work very well. However, it did allow me to see the potential of the strategy and what I needed to have to see it work. I basically needed perfect stat inheritance, optimal training, and a perfect team. So the grind began for the most perfect parents to get perfect stats from my Suzuka. The problem with running Runaway is that the stamina threshold is a lot higher than most runners. So needing those perfect parents were necessary. Otherwise, it could be detrimental. Yeah, so that didn't work. And now there's only like a week left. At this point, I went to check who else had signed up for the tournament. I noticed Chiara Meru, a very skilled player, had signed up. I decided to find any info on what he was running, even if just for the smallest advantage. So you're running at Meyer Vega, right?
Yeah, yeah. She's my Oshi, so I gotta run around for all.
Do you have any like maybe advice that I could have?
I will say, I don't know about you, but I'm kind of worried about this. There's this running style that isn't really common in track blazer, but I feel like theoretically it could kind of topple over what I have built. But I think I can counter it, so we'll see.
Well, anyway, we have like a week left, so good luck to your training. So I'll see you at the match, okay?
Yep, good luck. I'll see you there.
Good luck. Does he know? He might be on. At this point, I had thought about it. He clearly knew the strategy, but thought nobody was crazy enough to find it. So either I change my strategy in case he used this week to make a backup strategy, or I take the gamble. At this point, I just considered switching to almost the interact with. To put my mind off things, I had started building the rest of my team. I had made an end closer of recap because their ultimate and straightaway spurt are very strong. And I also had just started doing front runner my Onotaka. Because my lovely girlfriend came down to enjoy the convention, I had to put my mind off doing what was big in the day, and wanted to just have fun at round one. You can see me here in William's channel, and he also had vlogged our entire experience quite extensively for the whole convention. But anyways, back to the thing. I was exhausted. I had only one decent runner, and I couldn't get in my auto top 10. That was just better than one of my parents. So I decided to use one of those runs. After that, I decided to do some test runs to see if my runners even had a chance. And they sort of did, but not in the way you expect. See, I noticed my Suzuka couldn't win in the mock matches, nor by my own Otaka. However, I saw their potential as blockers in a way. You see, the most consistent one was Ogre Cat. Suzuka, using Runaway, blocked handling scheming, seeing as in order to proc the skill, he needed to be in first. And Mayana Taka allowed Suzuka to get into position if there was no front runners. While their stamina suit gets quickly drained, it allows all the Umas to be moved up and Ogre Cap to spurt through and make consistent placements. I hope my theorizing and mock matches proved worthwhile. As I went to sleep, I prepared myself for the convention. As the tournament got closer, I was very anxious. I wanted to run more fast to try and get something better, but I decided to use what I got. It's not like anything new could have proved more strong than my previous preparations. And then I saw Kiara Merritt with no admired makeup and rather double fronts and a pace. I had also noticed many other trainers running front heavy strategies. Questions began bubbling in my head. Would my Suzuka be able to break away? Would I even win a single match? My ogre tap had stormed through and won first place. I thought it was hopeless, but maybe, just maybe, there was a chance. Second place. That's okay. It would help in case of a tie. I then got first again with ogre tap. However, this match wasn't the one I was most worried for. My next match against Chiaro Merritt. He won every single match up to this point, and maybe, just maybe, using that secret technique, I could surpass that. After getting second this round, I was in a pretty good position to be in the top three and eligible for grand finals. This was much higher than I expected. Little did I know that I would be placed in the toughest match to test myself. The racers have all entered the stands. And they're off. From a crowd of four frontrunners, Silent Suzuka leads the charge with a commanding lead. But it doesn't take long for Mihono Bourbon to close the gap. She's aiming for that front position and nothing less. Coming up on her side, Mihono Bourbon flawlessly overtakes Silent Suzuka and steals the lead. Can anyone catch up to her before she accelerates on the final corner? She's activated angling and scheming. We've entered the final straight, and Mihono Bourbon has started flying out in front. Can anyone stop her in time? Mihono Bourbon is leading the pack in her dust. Mihono Bourbon is 200 meters away before taking her next victory. She's dominating the race. Mihono Bourbon flies down the finish line in a staggering first place. How many laps is that? And with that, I was able to knock mine out of him. Unfortunately for Kiara Lara, he had his first loss to Brutus, and with a dance performance from our commentator, it was over. Despite everything that we've been through, we had a pretty good run. We placed sixth out of the 18-player bracket, which technically isn't the worst, and our strategy definitely made us stand out amongst the players. Looking back, I remember that no matter the challenges that we face, it's always worth it to be determined in what you believe is right. And even if you feel that you can learn something new. Big thanks to Kiara Merle for recreating our actual in-person interaction. isolate for hosting the tournament. 1025.9 for commenting assistance, Billion for blogging with me at Daikon, and you for watching.
Today we're in Forza 106. We're going to do a challenge between rear-wheel drive, all-wheel drive, and front-wheel drive. Are we all ready? I'm ready. Let's do it. First event, D-class drag race. You can use any cars you want, garage, all can have fine. Up to you, okay? I okay. So,
Guys, I cannot believe it is finally happening. G on consoles. The crazy SOBs actually did it. Hey guys, how's it going? This is going to be a very, very off the cuff video, but we have some pretty crazy G Drive news. Quite honestly, the craziest news I've ever seen for this game. So if you're in the BeamNG community, you'll know it's been very quiet for quite a while. We did hear a couple months ago that the newest update that they usually push.
I uploaded a video yesterday where I opened over 1,000 wheel spins in Forza Horizon 6, and like,
Hello, guys and gals. Me, Buddha Hard. Welcome back to another episode of Haunted Gaming. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you heard that right. I started this channel off talking about some of the creepiest things that I found in video games. You know, back then we called it creepypasta, freaky fettuccine, whatever the heck you want to call it. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an actual real-life spooky pasta situation, an actual creepy element has popped.
Finally, guys.
today we are in Tokyo and we're doing an item pick challenge, but we have teams. So on the right of us is me and Miss Brink. On the left of us is Engineers the Stars, the winners. More like the win. Welcome back to the guys. Hola, little one. You find me? This is foolish, man. I was going to show you mercy, man, but you choose to fight me.
No, 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 no. No, no, no. Oh, I thought he was going to attack.
You choose your next move very carefully, muchacho.
I'm going to just rest. Sorry.
You know where you are, little one?
No.
You are in the land of the Los Herreros.
in today's video, we're going to be looking at 5 drift estates that you can go ahead and apply to your house for under $1 million. These are pretty reasonably priced and replicate real-life tracks. First, starting out here is Eco Circuit. It's one of my favorite tracks to drift in not only the G, AC, but also Car Extra Racing Online, as it's a very popular real-life course that is very technical, so it's really fun to connect all the corners. And luckily, somebody went through and made a really good recreation of it. I mean, the objects that were used here were done very, very well. Nothing looks too crowded, and nobody's performance in the stream while drifting on it.
Are you waiting for the new update to come out and have nothing to do and have literally completed everything in the whole map? Don't worry, today I'm gonna tell you what to do in Neverness to Everness.
Fellas, today we're going back to basics. We will be doing this whole video using only the starter card. I have brought MJ and Ryzen.
Oh, Starter cars?
Bro, the starter cars are actually good in this game. Isn't there like 6 instead of 3? Well, there you go. Well, folks, it is finally happening. BeamNG Drive is coming to a console. More specifically, the PS5 and the PS5 Pro, and I'm excited. So here we are. This is the PC version. I don't have early access or anything like that, but it is supposedly going to come out this year. We are going to watch the trailer here in just a moment and go over a couple things that I noticed. But first, this is huge. Like, I cannot tell you how many times in my comment section I've had somebody say,
Today we're speedrunning Librarian, Tidy Up the Arcane Library, a game where we need to organize 3,072 books as fast as possible. So what I'm going to do, very first thing, is get all those cat books. Those are the only books that will always be in the exact same spot, and we're going to pick them up from the 10th to the first book, so I can easily put them on their shelf, and that's going to be our first set done. Then from here, what I'm looking for is books that are in sets of 3. There are some books in this game that are sets of 3, some that are sets of 5, and some that are sets of 9. And for the very beginning, we only want books that are sets of 3, and specifically, I like finding these ones about romance. And the reason behind that is looking into the abyss. I'm behind you. I grappled up. What? I'm here.
well, they are scared me, dude. Oh, look at the ship. Look at the great
that
white
big?
shark.
Dude,
That's not a great white shark.
That's not a great one. It is.
That is not a great white. That is way bigger than a great white shark. Even I could tell from over here with the screen double zoomed out. Even I could tell that thing is bigger than a great white shark. Do people not know how big a great white shark is? It's got jaws stuck in the head.
Well, it's not a great white shark. It's different. That's a megalodon.
Yep. There went. Uh,
Oh. Oh. Okay. Right. Wait, dude. I'm gonna send someone to come and pick you up. Pay attention to what happens. Okay.
Roger that, dude. Roger that.
Okay. Right. I like
You're actually you're in the name.
you're Mexican.
your little leg. Can you take the temper?
Yeah.
Do it.
You think it? Can you look down on me? I'll do it.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. Oh, he's not the helmet. It's because we're sitting right with the camera. But I'm looking around. You see that? The camera on my shoulder? It's moving.
Wait, what?
Yeah, the little eye on the side of my camera is moving up and down when I'm looking. The one that's moving. Because we're sitting there and we're like bapping into
But you can see your head's got like a little bit of movement on the inside too. Wait, oh, the luminous like really good one as well.
It's really, really good. We're jumping down, dude.
So hold
What
on.
are we doing here?
We need to tell everyone what this game is. Oh wait, it's grapples. Oh, what?
Get me out! Help!
Oh, I'm fixing my grapple.
I'm sorry, man.
Wait, let's have a look around on our ship first.
We actually got few grapples. Look at this, dude. Spider-Man.
Oh,
Fisk.
Fisk.
Oh, it's a heart, isn't it?
No, it's not hard. Stop it. You know full well what it is. Stop it.
What is it? Tell me.
Two.
I'm just filled with love, dude. I don't see a fear. I see love.
Oh, dude, you have three. Look at my tiny thick fingers. You see it?
Oh, yeah, we're alien.
Yeah.
Seems like.
Yeah.
Look at me pumping it.
Look at me pumping it. Oh my god, you're gyrating like I've never seen anything gyrate before.
Gyrate. What's
Yeah,
that?
the hips are gyrating back and forth, dude. Doing some things. Right, so he says, grapples are the best way to move underwater. Oh, so we use it like an anchor to drag ourselves. You should try alternating between the left and right to maintain your speed, and using both at the same time doesn't make you go any faster. Did you get that, yeah? So left and right grapples kind of deal. You can also use your grapples to pull objects or even your crewmates from far away. This is especially useful when you want to revive a down teammate but can't reach them without exposing yourself. Don't expose yourself, miss. Be careful of predators like sharks. Okay, so there are sharks, dude, alright? They are not aggressive at first, but if you get injured and start bleeding, they will hunt you.
Oh,
When a predator attacks a crewmate, you can save them using a taser. You can tase sharks.
Have a taser on us?
I believe so.
The thing is, I'm a little bit worried because we don't really know what's down in the depths, right? So if there might be more than just sharks, or is that just my brain going there? Because we don't really know.
Well, with your thalassophobia, you probably worked out in your head all of the the deadly dangers of the deep.
Yes, this is true. And also, have you told the people what this game is called?
No, what's it called, dude?
Deeper. The game is called Deeper.
The game is called Deeper, guys. Okay. What's this
What's
then? Oh, we got a little fabricator. Look, oh, there we go. We can make the taser.
Oh, what do we need?
You just said print, so I printed one. There you go. You can have that if you want.
Yes, that's a Shulma play, I think.
Is it?
I don't know. I mean, this is alien technology.
There you go, bud. You have that in case a shark comes and gets you. Or can you make another one?
Yes.
You can.
Wait, what? There you go. I was just grafted. Now, dude.
no, no.
Back into space.
Back into space. Going back into space. Oh, oh. Ugh.
We're here to get treasure. Don't you know about the whole alien thing? They come here to harvest our gold because it's a great insulator for their crafts. Okay, when they go massive journeys across the cosmos.
Dude, you are on a penis on the map.
Of course you did.
Those technology objective recover an experimental drain scanner. This equipment is essential for the visual zones.
Yeah, that's
What
right.
is that?
missile zones, so down in the abyss, so like basically unexplored deep zones, I guess.
And will grant access to deep sea missions. Launch expedition, I guess?
Yeah, sure. Oh,
What did I do?
oh, you said sail. Look how good you are,
Dude,
you little sailing alien.
look at me
Look
stand
at the
back
back.
there.
Look at the back. You just contemplate your life like, oh shit.
What have I done?
The briefing is available. Press escape to consult it. Oh, look at your little legs. Look at it. I'm running. You I knew. Oh, you know you died now. Simulator all over again. Yes.
You're the better person here, dude. Don't do it. Don't grab
Oh, here we go. Mission. Recover an experimental terrain scanner. This equipment is essential for the abyssal zones and will grant access to deep sea missions, but violent currents prevent the ship from getting any closer. You'll need to advance beneath them in a hostile environment, Fizz. Multiple teams have already been deployed to the site. Since none have returned, you will find abandoned bodies and equipment. Your death is not final. Any neutralized operator can be reconnected into a viable body using a syringe. Oh, so we made that back where we made the taser then. I saw that.
Yeah.
The last team in possession of the scanner has taken refuge in a wreck located beneath or behind the island. Bring back the scanner to the ship for extraction. Okay, that's our mission.
I got it over there, dude. You see it? The hump.
Yeah, there's a few of them, I think. I think it's the, yeah, if you look down here, there's some islands too.
Oh, I see. Okay. I was afraid it was like a humpback whale or something.
You're not scared of a humpback.
Dude, I'm scared of the sea.
Gentle giant. Gentle giant.
Can you? Can you? Can you? Come on.
Get out, my
That's
bro.
big, isn't it? Can you actually fly with it like propellers? That's crazy. What kind of fun though? That's alien technology.
You're not happy about the animations? Oh, you little buddy. You don't you? I should have known. I should have known. Wait. Look around. Look. Oh.
Wait, what is he in? Look at what's in the way.
Look over to your left.
Oh shit! Oh!
Well, you like your cat.
That's insane. Okay, are we ready for this?
I think so. I don't know if you are, but I'm ready. Right, so, wait. So, yes, stop grappling me. Oh, this is cool. Switching mode. Find the cave entrance under the island.
Under the island.
This is really cool.
Yeah. Let's check the coral down here. You don't want to be in coral that going too close to them. They'll cut you.
Unless you. Oh, is it over there? And where I'm facing? See it?
You're so cute, dude.
Thanks, man. Look at this. Oh, wait. When you press control, you can swim down.
Look at that. I'm walking on the bottom.
Your head was just hitting the floor. Oh, we can go fast?
Cute though, dude.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, why is O2 going down? We got soups on.
Oh shit, dude. Oh my god, I'm scared. I'm like a dolphin here, dude. You see that?
Yeah, it's alright.
So you race up with the space muscle and then go down with the control.
Oh, that's okay. Once you get the hang of that grapple thing, that will move us along real quick. Oh, Fist, there's a hammerhead to your right.
Like what?
Hammerhead shark over to your right. You see him?
Oh, there he is. He's so big. Well, they look aggressive right now. Oh, there's. Oh, it's a marine, dude. Oh,
bleeding.
yes, fix that. Oh, the hammer shark is coming for you.
Fix it. boat. Oh, go quick, go quick.
Yeah, dude. These guys, why are they going towards me? I'm not bleeding.
Did you see the Gemini? Was it an eel that bit my leg?
Yeah, a Moran, is that what we call it?
A moran.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what we're calling it from now on anyway. A moran. A moray eel. A moran eel. That needs changing. We need a petition to get that changed. Wait, what did you say on the syringe?
It says, reanimation ally. Well,
Oh, no. Yeah, they tore me apart. Dead? Dead what? 6 minutes? Deeper dead. Deeper dead. Oh,
hey, Rory, come in.
oh look.
Oh, you're in. That's so cool that you see this. You're going in.
Really cool.
That's really cool. How you doing, buddy? How you feeling?
Oh, hey, bud. Oh, that's a terrible, terrible dream. Look at that, the way it displays the water as well.
That's really cool. It's fast.
It is fast, dude. I got bit by a moran.
Yeah, and it tore it apart by a hammer did.
I did, yeah. Well, in my dream, but we're aliens, so we can see each other's thoughts and dreams.
But how do we do it to get that up on the ship if you start bleeding?
I'm guessing so, yeah, but you also swim a lot slower.
Okay, so you need to use those breaths. Like,
Yeah, what about if one of us keep the taser, one of us keep the syringe?
yeah, I got
Yeah, there we go. And then
I think if you die, you drop, right?
I have to select launch conditioner.
Oh, we go again.
Oh, there you are on the back of the ship, Evo again.
Yeah.
Looks like you're in a music
Oh,
video.
it's on, dude. Yeah. Is that kind of Jurassic Park music?
No. You, what was the song you couldn't stop singing the other day?
Which one?
I can't remember. You do a lot of singing.
Yeah, I like. That is so shame.
Plant the cave? Rise and oh, look at your little jetpack.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah. You see that character so much. You are one with your alien.
Okay, let's grapple. Dude, you see the speed I'm picking up?
Careful, that's where it got me.
Okay, so these ones, you see the rock buckle, chocolate
Yeah,
stones?
stay away from them.
Yeah, that's where they first grab you.
The rock bottle. Yeah, there's one over on the right there. Right, so treasure. Treasure is the aim of the game, that's what we need.
Yeah, but we need to find the cave, no?
Oh yeah, that was. Oh wait, we got bodies over here, I think. We got a rock bottle as well.
Like, if I grapple you, will I follow you?
Probably. You gotta get off me though, because you're really heavy.
Oh, you love that?
Yeah, look at this. Look. We can get some equipment.
Aww,
Look them.
dude, that's crazy. Oxygen on. Thank you. Okay, so you can use them. I have 2 more. Grab like that for you.
Oh, thank you. Wait, no. Oh, I used it. Shit.
What loot did I get?
Right. Oh, okay, that goes in your hands. Yeah, I'll keep that out there for a bit.
What if I syringe these guys? Will I reanimate?
No, you don't want to do that. You don't want to reanimate those guys. Those guys are dicks.
Zombies?
Yeah, they just steal the loot for themselves.
Yeah, boy. So long. He does that a lot.
At this point, dude, you're on your own. The sheer amount of mention of the poor guy is. I'm starting to side with the comments now, Mister.
That I'm a bully.
No, but you just hate him. Poor guy.
Yeah. But another shark up to the left.
I love that it's hammerhead sharks.
Yeah, that's cool.
Usually it's great whites, isn't it? I wouldn't mind tiger sharks either. Or bull sharks. Bull sharks are big. Or get big.
I kind of want to see it the way they see because they have so far between their eyes. You know? Like person.
You're trying to figure out how far They have to see out for them to see in front of themselves. Like, is it close or is it like being nearsighted? And they have to see far, like something far away for it to be clear. Like, is that what you're asking? It's a good question.
Wait, where's the body weight you at?
I don't know. I think to never hit though.
Okay. Where did you go from that body though?
The current and go over the little mountain. When you see the boat, you should be able to see me, and I see the cave from here.
Oh, I see. Did you, so you flew over it?
Yeah.
Okay,
Sucked
yeah.
into it, so we want to stay away from those. Yeah, right here. I think at least it looks like it. A little glowing hole. What are you doing? Wait, got it in ya.
Take me.
Hold me. This is a little bit ominous, isn't it? It's all hidden.
Look at you, ominous. Ominous.
Are you ready for this?
Man,
And you're going in without hesitation, aren't you?
are you going in with your... Oh, there's scratches on our lens as well. I like that. Are you going in with your taser?
No, I don't have one.
Oh, right. I'll hit the taser then. Oh. We need to find the scanner, I believe it was.
See, I'm gonna get this one.
What is it we're finding when we're picking stuff up? I don't see where it's popping up.
Up on top, it says for me, it says 10.
Yeah, what is it? Is it just materials?
Yeah, I think it's materials that we can use to craft stuff. Maybe.
Got it. You made the thump noise. Oh, wait, we can take it back this way. Well, that's good. So there's more.
Shit, little cave.
Yeah, that's a crap cave. I can't believe you drew me all the way over here for that crap cave. It's got to be more, though.
No, you're going the wrong way now.
Am I? Yeah, no, I was just going to go over the top here.
Oh, I thought you were swimming the other way.
You big goober. Oh, I nearly ran into a Moraniel again.
That's your worst enemy right now. Look at them. Look at the hammer shark. Head.
You're right. Well, I'm a shark. I'm a head.
Yeah. You want to grapple it?
I grapple you, dude. It's trying to reel you in.
Oh, you fishing me. Oh, shit. I'm stuck in the current.
Where you going, bud? You're stuck on me, not the current.
Oh. Stop pulling me, man.
It's got to be this way, yeah. We were going the right way originally, and then you sidetracked the entire operation.
Yeah, I did.
Swim over mountain.
This is going to be it. Our road trip is pretty good, though.
Yeah, it is pretty good. It is.
But our jet is shit.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose we should be using this, shouldn't we? There we go. We eventually learn. Oh, no! Syringe me!
Oh,
Syringe me quick!
I can't. You need to be dead. It's coming. Hey, what? How did you do that?
Oh! Yeah. Fucking Moran eel again!
Holy shit.
God. Moran eels are my mortal enemy, Chris. Find the hole.
Oh. I think I know where the hole is. Horrible. That's crazy. The shorts are just tearing you apart.
It says use your grapples to go faster. So you swim along the floor. It's got the stupid grass on the floor. And then there's a Moran eel. Hey, bird. Just takes a massive chunk out your ass. Yeah, exactly like that. That's exactly how a Moran eel's at.
That red, man.
I'm Moran eels, dude.
Look at you getting run down, dude. Oh. You bounce on your big bridge. That's insane, dude. You've got to break that. Yeah, I have a syringe.
On my gooch.
Yeah, we'll give you a
You never call it a hoop bridge ever again.
No, it's in a cold foot bridge.
No, it's not a gooch.
No, it's a bridge between the balls and the poop.
Oh my gosh. Imagine aliens having this conversation. Go ahead. The last team in possession of the scanner has taken refuge in a wreck located behind the island.
Behind the island.
Oh! Oh! You've got a long way to go. Holy moly, dude! You got a syringe?
Yeah.
Okay, a taser. Holy, oh, it makes like a big old gel or something, doesn't it? That's how 3D printing is going to be in like a year's time with how fast AI is advancing.
Just drop small like that.
Right, this is the furthest we've ever been, Fizz.
Yeah, watch out for
Stop
the
it.
current.
Oh, I thought you were going to say with the heel. Stop.
Yeah, we'll show that.
Yeah.
Oh, behind that green hole right there, dude. That's it.
Oh, there's a swordfish there. No, don't.
Wait, is it coming for
I
you?
don't know. I'm going to zap it if it does, though. Please don't do it.
Yeah.
Oh shit! It is. It is. It is. Oh shit. Oh!
Dude, I zapped the shit out of it. You see that?
The guy saw that. Yeah, he screamed, didn't he?
So the grass gives us a little bit of coverage because the screen goes darker, doesn't it?
Well, maybe we actually need to sneak here to hear the music.
No, I've got that turned off.
Oh, like the sneaking music, you know? Zelda. People don't know
Zelda. Time.
Yeah, right. So, freaking Mario, bro.
Love the way he blows that.
This Bowser's Castle.
Dude, there you go. Have a go
Yeah,
on that.
I don't like noises under the water, dude. You need any oxygen?
No,
Because
I just had a big old breather on that one.
sweet, because if we
Don't go in the grass. Stay out of the long grass, miss.
if we go too high up, we're gonna get flushed back to the beginning, 100%, dude.
Like an unwanted third.
Yes. That's so mean. Damn you quick.
Just grapple it.
Oh, you can throw the tube in front of you if you need it with you.
There's I don't know if it's a ray or something. I saw oh, it's a shark.
Yeah, we have a shark and we have a swordfish. So we're gonna grapple to the right.
What's the difference between a mar? No, it's not a swordfish. And a big fat liar is a marlin.
It's a marlin. That's not a swordfish. Yes. There's a difference. One's like really, really big, and then marlins are like basically the same, but as swordfish, but like their sword is shorter. And I think they're faster, actually. I think swordfish are faster than marlins. Or maybe I said that backwards. Maybe. Whoa.
Wait there. Don't be saying shit like that while I'm trying to focus. Oh, shout a blowhole. Wait. Just let me do this.
I got this, dude. It has a syringe on the floor right there. I don't know if you know, but watch out for the holes. There are some big eels in there.
That marlin wanted me.
They're so quick.
Are you watching me?
Yeah, I am.
I'm really trying.
You're basically the UK version of Spider-Man.
I am, Spider guy. Spider guy. Spider girl.
What do I get rid of? Oh, wait, can I just hold it? No, I'm full.
I think you can get rid of the taste, right?
How do we?
It's not.
Gee, no, thank you. Oh, I'm coming, dude.
You
Hold.
got this, dude. I will be so sad if you get back there.
No, don't do that. No, don't do that. Don't wish that evil upon us, miss.
Did I go too far?
Get in there. Did you see that? Did you like that?
You have a hole down below you.
Dude, stop saying oh.
I think the best thing you can do if you don't have anything to fix it, just go away.
Look at this skeleton.
That's a whale, isn't it?
Yeah, where are you? Forgot where I left you.
Well, you pulled me around, didn't you?
Remember where you were?
You should see me. Oh, in the grass to the right. Right there. Left. There in front of you. There you go.
Where?
That grass. The full grass.
Over there?
Whatever. Yeah, that.
What's he
He's
doing?
blocking me. Yeah, he's blocking me.
Body blocking Merlin? No.
That's a little bit. So they will prick you, so you start bleeding. And they, what? The sharks will come for you. Richmond.
Yes.
You know,
Go, yeah.
thank you, man.
Yeah.
Thank you. Are you ready for this?
I'm ready.
We have it down here.
Oh, it's coming.
Oh,
No. No.
Bruh, again?
Dude, he came in fast as well, like really fast. Go away.
so that's not what they do. They just impale you and you die.
Yes.
Gotta be patient. Oh no! I don't have one. Wait.
Dude, you got this. Go into the hole and you might find something. I don't know.
Which one?
Oh, one of them. Damn. There's multiple? You can finish this mission, man. We're on your body cam, so it's all good. Well, that's ominous.
Oh no.
Well, did you hear the clicking?
Yeah.
The big one behind you?
Oxygen's at 50%.
Oh, you need to get up, don't you?
Am I gonna hit? No, I'm gonna hit the current. I can't. I need to. I'll go here.
You must be able to have something in there, right?
I'm sure you're gonna be able to find something. Keeping an eye on my Moran eels.
This is horrible.
This is really cool.
And you get up and go. Do you think the current is gonna take you?
I want to find a body first.
Yeah.
To see if I can. Oh, here we go.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah. Oh, you can
breathe it.
It's the lure. Okay, let me bring you back in.
No, breathe first. You had a tube right there, so you can fill up.
Oh, nice. Come on. See, good looking out. Try to breathe. Okay, that's good. I can bring you back there.
So those lures, like you start them and throw them away?
I'm guessing so, yeah. Just bait something in to you.
Yeah. In there. Back away. Take one left. Take it.
Just come back to your game and you're dead. Oh my god, imagine if we had to suffer that. Like when me and you die, listen, we both get each other as our conscience. Oh no, forever. Get away. Yeah. Oh, right, your belly button. Let's go.
Oh, okay. The grappling feels really good though.
Yeah, as long as there's no like Moran eels on the floor.
Yeah, that would be
so mean to do that in here.
Yeah, it really would. Can you not oxygen?
No, I'm good.
Oh, you good? Okay. Just go
When you
left
guys
here.
don't breathe,
Oh, I don't have
they
any.
can't even learn.
I'm gonna get another syringe, yeah.
I feel like I need more, longer grapples, you know?
I'm gonna get this syringe here. No, actually, we should leave the syringes on the floor so we can come back to them, right?
Yeah.
Grab a load each.
I don't want to go in here, but do you want to check the cave first?
Yeah.
Question is if we should bring a tube of breathish, but we know where it is.
Just say.
Breathish? Breathable air tanks, dude?
Where is this?
Walmart's 500 million items means that every day is a vacay, even if it's a staycay.
Wait, this is all one.
It's definitely a lot more fun to do it for like lower grade.
Nobody has come close to it. Everybody's got the Australia's Caspian operators, where he almost managed to execute a full press event, potentially exposing eliteness in Levant high pressure.
Let's talk about let's talk about how did this come up in your stream? How did your audience start talking about polyamory?
Okay, this is okay. So there was a big drama in the VTuber world recently, where a VTuber made a post, and they were talking about how they have a husband, like they're actually married, but then they also have a boyfriend, and so they were talking about like this setup that they have, and so they posted it, and then naturally everybody on the conservative VTuber front, were like, you're disgusting. And so so there was like a back and forth there. And so that turned into getting messages from friends like, oh my gosh, Leafit, did you see this? And so I was looking at it and I was like, okay, well, and I think it turned into a not really polyamory, but like polygamy. They're talking about polygamy from like a religious angle, and I was like, okay, wait, but like, is it actually bad? And that's where it went into that.
Okay, so there's so many interesting things to be said here. What are we gonna say about the poly?
Chad says, of course it's bad. See, but that's why I want to know. That's why I want to explore it.
Yeah, sorry, I'm
Not
gathering myself here
polyamory,
first.
but I want to explore why people think it's bad.
So, there's sort of two things to think about here. One is it's interesting that like we've reached a point in terms of like culture war victories that people are even acting like this is a thing. Like remember when Destiny's like wife or girlfriend was like, I'm just gonna go sleep with this guy while you're doing your stream, and then there's that dead look in his eyes. And everybody, the left was still like standing him during that moment, right?
Yeah.
Is this person like? Why was this a bit? Was this a right wing streamer, or is this like a left? Or even left just thinking this is stupid now?
No. It was. I don't actually know the politics of the person. I'm gonna. If I had to guess, like if I had to bet on it, I would say that they were a left wing VTuber, but it was the right wing VTubers that are like, you're disgusting.
Okay, well, so somebody says he wants to be IDub. IDub is my hero. I want to have a relationship like his. I think that is the ideal of a husband-wife relationship. That we should all be striving for.
I don't know anything about these people.
You don't know the horror of IDub's life?
No, I don't.
IDub's life is an existential horror beyond. His wife is constantly talking about wanting to peg him. Like, oh my god, you guys.
Yeah, like
You need to. IDub, like, comes off as somebody who, like, maybe he chose the woke side, he chose the Hassan side. He was part of the original, like, internet skeptic, wider, like, early internet community. And then he married this OnlyFans girl, and basically destroyed his credibility in his life, and you can't even like be mad at him anymore. You're like, oh god, like I'm enough. Like I disagree with your politics, but like enough. This is not good. This is not working. And the thing is like I don't even think like the woman he's married to is trying to like actively, whatever her name is, people will say her name, Anisia, is trying to be mean to him or anything. They're living by the cultural values that the left has normalized.
Yeah.
And she tries to support him within that cultural value system, but it just looks horrifying and sad. And she constantly degrades him because that's what women do to men on the left. It's in mainstream media. You go and watch a leftist sitcom, and the wife will constantly be degrading the husband. That's considered normal.
Do you think that's made trans people?
But okay, so let's go back to polyamory. Okay. So first, we're gonna need to make a few divisions here. All right.
You see, you just.
One man having multiple female sexual partners, and one woman, in a situation where men and women date each other and have multiple external partners.
Okay.
This second scenario, what we call modern polyamory, is basically not practiced anywhere in human history. It's not practiced in many tribes that we've seen. It's not practiced in any widespread successful society. It's basically a complete historical anomaly, and we can get to it right now. Now, one man with multiple women, that is actually the historic norm. If you're talking about tribes, it's 86% of them form this pattern. That said, the tribes that choose monogamy or not choose but evolve monogamy end up out competing them. Almost every successful society on Earth has been monogamous.
What is that? Before we get too deep,
we'll get into it.
Okay,
There's a lot of research on it.
Right.
But even the ones that are monogamous, it's still a sliding scale, right? Like Catholics will be like, "Well, we're monogamous," and I'm like, "Okay, like the height of Catholic culture is like Louis XIV's court, and he had constant courtesans." Like the monogamy is always a sliding scale, which means that the very wealthiest people in a society, it's kind of understood they're going to have additional partners. We can pretend like they don't, and they can be a bit shamed for it, but they typically always do. It reminds me of that South Park episode where they try to figure out why wealthy men, like all the scientists, like, I just don't understand why wealthy men, when sleep with women, find women other than their wives attractive. Like, why they, like, it's such a mystery. And all the scientists are like, yeah, just something must be deeply wrong with them. But anyway, where this gets interesting is, so what I'm pointing out here is the question in a society, there's no such thing as a truly monogamous society. There are societies where you have to be wealthier to sleep with other people, and societies where you don't have to be quite so wealthy to sleep with other people, before anybody cares. And you see this across the most conservative societies in history when they're super wealthy. Anyway, we have an episode called "When Did the Jews Become Monogamous?" Because this is an interesting question as it relates to Christianity. Because Christianity, there are a couple lines that could be read as promoting monogamy, but like it's very, very clear in the Old Testament that non-monogamy was the norm. Not polyamory, but polygyny, right? Like,
yeah.
people had multiple wives all the fucking time.
Yeah, this is where I guess this is what caused the debate. Is I was talking to a Christian friend named Celestium, and I was asking, like, where is it said that it's bad, like in the Bible, or is it like an interpretation thing, right?
There's a few lines that could be read that way, and there's a few lines that could be read other ways. Well, actually, one of the places where this is the biggest problem is for Catholics. So, if you're aware, in Timothy, there's a line, to become one, that's about, like, obviously you don't become one with a person when you have sex with them, you become one because you have a child. Like, that's what that's talking about, is impregnating them and then becoming one person in the form of a child.
See, this is what I mean, though. It's interpretation based, right? Because
interpretation based, but that's how I interpret. I mean, I think it's. I'm not one with my wife when I'm having sex with her. We're performing an act, right?
Yeah, and that's what I mean, though. It's interpretation based. So it's like when people say, "Well, that means that you can't that polygamy is bad." Like that's
your interpretation of it. When people are like, it's a sin. If it was a sin, right? If having multiple wives was a sin, given how common it was in the Old Testament, you think God would have spelled it out incredibly clearly in the New Testament, right? Like, and some of the problems we have are lines like in Timothy, right?
Yeah.
So in Timothy, we have the line that says, like, in no uncertain terms, no one who doesn't have a wife should be in a church leadership position. And this is a problem for Catholics because, like, obviously their entire leadership cast is celibate and doesn't have wives. And so the way that they reinterpret that line is they say, well, the important word there is a wife, right? And this is warning against having people in church leadership positions with multiple wives.
Wait, is it different in, like, the Hebrew? Like, that's what I thought it meant. That's not what it meant?
No, it clearly means that you shouldn't be in a position of leadership in the church if you're not happily married, because people without a stake in the future and kids shouldn't be in leadership positions at all.
That's interesting.
Like that's obvious, right? Like I think it's very obvious that, like, I would not take advice from a theologian that wasn't married and had kids. Sorry.
Early birds get the vacation rental. Book your summer stay early on Verbo and save over $135. Verbo. Book now and save.
Don't just take classes. Take charge. Start your comeback today at utuglobal.edu.
Live your biggest life in the new GMC Acadia. Get 1.9% APR on GMC Acadia models, plus get $750 purchase allowance when you finance through GM Financial.
How to write a song that
So good. We are only this Friday.
But anyway, or at least married and in, like, a satisfying relationship. But anyway, the point here being is this becomes a problem, because if you say a wife, right, everything else in that qualifying paragraph is like normal stuff for the community, like members in the community, which means that line in Timothy is applying that there are many people in these early Christian congregations that have multiple wives.
Yeah.
They're just not supposed to take on leadership positions, right? Otherwise, that line makes absolutely no sense if you interpret it that way. So we can assume that in the early Christian communities, there were likely people with multiple wives. So the question is when did the norm of monogamy hit Judaism, which, as it evolved into Christianity? It was really the Romans. The Romans cheated on their wives pretty frequently, like they had concubines and stuff like that, but they at least had an ideal of multiple wives. And the ideal was so strong. In our episode on like, when did the Jews become monogamous, we actually argued that monogamy was already normal in Jewish communities by the time Jesus came around. And that's why Jesus doesn't preach against multiple wives, because it just wasn't common during his time period for a man to have multiple wives. So he never needed to say it. He never needed to talk about it. It never came up. It was assumed you only had one wife. Even though in the Old Testament we see people having multiple wives all the time. But that wasn't because
those were also like leaders, right? Like a lot of the people in the Old Testament that had multiple, they were considered like the leaders of like I guess the Israelites, right?
Well, their leaders, historically,
So why did
Solomon
they?
had like 1,000 wives.
So if it was why was that not? I guess that was my question. Is like if that's
Why
the
was it
case,
phased out? It was phased out because they were colonized by the Romans who oppressed them and eradicated their savage ways. No, sorry. Colonizers don't eradicate savagery in native populations. The Romans brought their oppressive ideas of monogamy and treating your wife well.
what I meant though
But
is,
anyway.
is wouldn't that have been explicitly stated as to be a sin? Because they're the leaders, right? If they were the leaders of the Israelites, then like why wouldn't that be specifically named as a sin if it were? Right? To be like, those people that did it, that were the leaders, were bad.
Right. Well, so he doesn't say that historically because presumably in the communities in which it was just rare, it was only wealthy people. Roman society. Somebody said like making fun of Jews being persecuted by the Romans. Jews were absolutely persecuted by the Romans. I mean, Jews did some absolutely d-bag stuff to the Romans as well. They were one of the most rebellious of the provinces. That's why they had to keep being handled. If you want to watch a good thing on Roman history, watch Unbiased History. I think that's what it's called. You've seen that, right? Please say it's one of the best YouTube channels ever.
I have.
Yeah. Unbiased History is just amazing. And he goes through Roman history from like a Roman perspective, and he's like super Roman jingoistic-y about it. Hold on, I'm just gonna look this up to make sure I'm saying the channel right because I want to promote this guy.
Unbiased History mentioned.
Whenever he's talking about Unbiased History of Rome. Whenever he's talking about the Jews, he always like portrays them as having like hooked noses or whatever, and he's like, oh my god. And he does this for everyone else, like the Scythians. When he talks about my ancestors, like the Brits and the Celts and stuff like that, he portrays them as like the Wojak meme was like the indent in their head, like barbaric. But anyway, yeah, he's fantastic. But anyway, so they're talking about the Jews. Yes. So now to the question of, so basically my point here being, it's not super called out in the Bible. There are interpretations, like thematic interpretations, like two become one. Like Jesus is to the father, is like the wife is to her husband, or like weird, all of this stuff, right? But like in terms of like explicit call outs, we don't really have any. That said, it doesn't seem to work at a societal level very well. There's a great study called like the question of monogamy or something that looks at equivalent cultures in Africa where we can see otherwise similar cultures that are monogamous and polygynous, many wives living next to each other. And what we see in the polygynous societies is that they have much higher rates of rape, they have much higher rates of cheating in business transactions, they have much higher rates of prostitution, they have much higher rates of terrorism. Just basically all societal ills are at much higher rates in these societies.
It's because of men, right? Like men being locked out of reproduction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. When a man can't reproduce, like their biology goes for broke, right? Like, and so that's not good for society. It also lowers the number of kids a society can have. Like it reduces overall reproductive rates, which I think is surprising to people.
Really?
Like consider.
Think about it.
I'll make an extreme example, which will immediately show you why it does. Okay, so suppose
Think about it. Instead of 100 dudes having kids with 100 wives and having multiple kids, if you got one dude with 5 wives, he's not gonna have as many kids as those wives would have with their own separate husbands in their own separate houses. You know what I'm saying? Unless that one dude is like really, really a nympho, like the population is going to decrease a lot.
It depends on how long they have them, right? Groups that have been monogamous for long periods in history typically, I do not think have an easy time adapting to being one of many wives. Um,
Duh. That's because they're used to having everything to themselves.
An interesting, what was the word for it? Like a trait that was passed on that, in like Mormon circles where like they like being cut.
yeah. So Mormon circles, big cucking is like really common. I mean, obviously there's a huge cucking scandal from the Mormon wives community where it turned out that they all did like cuck parties and stuff.
Yeah.
And so the question is why is cucking more common in Mormon communities? It could be an evolved trait. Because they used to have multiple wives, that I mean, just think about it from an evolutionary level. If you have like 4 or 5 wives, and one of those wives is like really averse to the idea of sleeping with you when you're with another wife, or even it's going to cause problems for you when you're sleeping with another wife, she'd have fewer children than the women who didn't have that problem. And given that no man had multiple whatevers, there was no like evolutionary pressure for men to not be into this because it just never would have happened naturally in a historic Mormon community. And so you might have had this selected for at a higher rate, and that could explain why. Again, like none of this stuff is intrinsically negative. It's just like it's a thing, right? Like we know about this giant cucking scandal, right? Like
Yeah.
no other religious community that I'm aware of has a cucking scandal. Like evangelical Christians have a problem with like being gay sometimes, but I never have a cucking scandal in anything other than the Mormon community.
Wasn't the idea that the trait that the wives had was passed on to even male children?
Oh, somebody said the secret life of Mormon wives is not the LDS Church. Yeah, it may not be the LDS Church, but they're descended from LDS Church members. So if anything was genetically selected for in those populations, it would exist. Anyway, sorry, what was your question, Lisa?
Oh, I was just saying, wasn't it because the trait from the women was being passed on to even male
Yeah,
male
because
children?
there's nothing selective against it going to male offspring. Again, I like Mormons, guys. I'm not like an anti-Mormon person. I'm just trying to like call it like I see it, right? Like, I have said that my community, right?
People gonna call you whatever they want to call you. That's why I don't say I'm not anti anything. Because I mean, I can say I'm anti anything, and it doesn't matter. Because people are gonna say what they want to say. They're gonna think what they want to think. At the end of the day, like I have nothing against any religion in the world, but doesn't mean I agree with it. You know. And some people are gonna be like, "Oh, you don't agree with my religion? Oh, well, then you must be antichrist or some or atheist or some dumb shit." Oh, you don't believe in nothing, so you have nothing to live for. That's not true. I just don't believe in what you believe in. It's like once I read the Old Testament and the New Testament, and I saw what I saw in the Old Testament, and then I realized why Southern Christian churches only teach the New Testament. I was like, that's messed up. Y'all should teach the Old Testament too, because there are a lot of lessons in the Old Testament that are useful today that are not being taught in the New Testament that are causing a lot of marriages to fall apart in the Christian community. Why? Because they only have half the information. They're not getting the full story. And their parents are doing it on purpose. So that's why I took the time to go ahead and read the Old Testament. Yeah, and they're not wrong about men having multiple wives. That is a common thing. That was a common thing when the Bible was around, when it was written, when it was conjured. Having multiple wives, super common thing. Super common. Unless you were extremely poor, it was super common. So it's like the church tries to like downplay the fact that man is supposed to have many wives. The church downplays that today for monogamy. It's like it literally says that. It's like guys have always slept with multiple women all the time, all throughout history. But then here in the 21st century, we tried to decide to cut out part of history because we don't agree, quote unquote, we don't agree on that part of history. And I'm like, nope. Once you cut out a part of history, it's doomed to repeat itself because you're choosing not to teach it and make people aware of it. So blame it on yourself when everything goes ass side up.
Morality that polygamy.
Morality should be judged by the end outcome of something, and
I think something like that, polygamy or monogamy, that should just be something to choose for your own sanity. If you can handle more than one woman at a time, go for it. You'll learn really fast if you can actually handle it. And most people can't handle it. So, I mean, naturally, you're going to fall into a monogamous state because of the way we've been taught growing up. So, I don't understand why they try to hide it in the church. They try to hide a whole half of the Bible, a whole half of the Bible in the church. For what reason? Because it's not going to change nothing except for to give people knowledge that you can do this, but not everybody should do this. Just like everybody can get married, but not everybody should get married. You know?
My Christian friend there was like, does it change then? You just die, or do we allow it, right? And I think a lot of them said, no, you just die. And I was like, I don't get that. That doesn't make sense. Like,
somebody said your morality changes based on your income. No, my morality doesn't change based on my income because what's moral to me isn't having lots of wives or not having lots of wives.
yeah,
It's what's the end effect of that. That's what's moral to me.
that's what I was talking about with. Oh, sorry, go ahead. Good.
Oh no, say what you were gonna say.
Well, I was gonna say that's what I meant, by the way, with stellar humanism, about how all the morality can be checked by whether or not it advances humanity and preserves humanity. Is that?
Yeah, no,
is
obviously
it
in the anime
the anthropomorphous?
obviously I go for the all the wives path in the Otome game, right? You know, but that's an Otome game, right? Where it's a game, it's fictionalized, right?
Yeah, because the idea is that if all of the men die except for like a couple, then like the only way to like really repopulate quickly is for everyone to have multiple wives or to have like to impregnate
Yeah.
all the women basically. Otherwise you're not gonna rebuild that at the same rate. And on top of
That's
it,
how countries, that's why a lot of countries today have shrinking uh, populations because they went from having multiple wives for centuries down to having one wife for their entire life. And so, because of that, birth rates are decreasing and still decreasing till this day, whether it's in America or it's overseas. If you go and look in China, it's cut by 75%, the childbirth rate. Why is that? Because China in the 1990s put into an effect that you can only have one child for your family. And because of that, now they have had 75% less children than they did in the whole last century, which is not a good thing for any country because the less people you have in your country, the more people you're going to have to bring from outside your country to help make up that difference in work that you need done in your country. So, how do you solve that problem? By having multiple wives. One girl having multiple husbands is not going to solve that problem because you can still only have a certain amount of kids that one wife. But when one guy has multiple wives, he can have up to six, seven, eight kids at one time instead of one person having one kid at a time that the dads don't know who the dad is. See what I'm saying? It's like I hear women all the time say that. It's like, oh, I got a boyfriend and a husband. I'm like, okay, that's not gonna help your family in any way. That might help you mentally for a while, But after a while, you're going to start getting more dependent on one guy than the other guy. Whereas for guys, since we are the dependent, then we don't have that problem. We don't have that dependent mindset on one person to get stuff done. You see what I'm saying? If things go sideways, because we are the one that gets stuff done when things go sideways. So if we have multiple wives, then we avoid that problem altogether. And then also, the wives can work together and form their own community and enrich each other and help each other take care of each other's kids and get tasks done throughout the day. That's the other part. If you got multiple husbands and one wife, all the husbands are going to work away from the house. Well, you still got to do all the work by yourself, still, on top of trying to please multiple men at one time. Which, yeah, most women are having a lot of problems pleasing one guy at a time, let alone multiple. It's just so, and it's not like we would fight with each other either. We'd all just be playing games with each other. We like she'd probably get shut out of the relationship. Matter of fact, if one girl had multiple husbands, she'd probably get shut out of her own relationship after a while. Because guys are gonna want to hang out with guys. I mean, that's natural nature, you know. Guys hang out with guys, girls hang out with girls. It's nature. So you get a whole bunch of guys together. Guess what? It's gonna be a video game party all the time. And if you're the only girl there, you're gonna feel like you're left out all the time. So like, it's like, ugh. The line of reasoning for reverse polygamy to me is just really, it's just like off. Like it doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up to do that. When I say reverse polygamy, I mean the inverse of what we know as polygamy, one guy having multiple wives. The reverse is one girl having multiple husbands. That don't make sense. I don't see how that works. Because that's just putting all the stress on the wife at that point to make everybody else happy, however many others that is. When in reality, the guys are just hanging out with each other to make each other happy. It's like women think guys need sex to be happy, when in reality, that's not true. Guys just want peace. That's it. We don't really care about sex that much. After a certain age, you stop caring about sex. I'm not even gonna lie. After 30, I stopped caring about sex. I don't care about meet and greets. I don't care about Netflix and chills. None of that. That shit does not enter my brain anymore. Like in my brain, I'm just like, sex is okay, it's a thing, but do I care about it that much? No. Why do I not care about it that much? It does not help me gain or get to my goal. It doesn't help me gain anything to sit there and think about sex all the time. And that's where women get it wrong because women's like, they'll come into a relationship and be like, this is what I'm bringing to the table. And you're like, what are you bringing? And they're like, my body, my vagina, my womb. And I'm like, what? I was like, we don't even care. I don't care about sex. What are you bringing to the table though? Sex is not a thing that anybody cares about because there's 100 million fish out there in the sea. I can go have sex with anybody if I put enough effort into it. I can go out there and get somebody quick if I wanted to, but I choose not to because it's just stupid. Why would I do that when people are out here just jerking around with any and everybody with no protection? Why would I do that to myself? Give myself itchy itchies down there, you know what I'm saying? I ain't even gonna say STs, you know what I'm saying? Not even gonna put myself at risk for that because I know how it is in the 21st century and in 2026 with relationships and dating versus friends with benefits. I know the difference. Been there, done that, not going back. Mm-mm. I only date to marry at this point. So yeah, not happening.
This goes far beyond just how we dress. You'll notice this pattern in just about everything. For example, one of the quickest ways to see that you're probably dealing with a liquid, not all the time, but a really good indicator. If you're, say, watching a streamer or debate bro, and their background is a shelf of books, because again, they're trying to adopt the aesthetic. They want to show others.
Oh man.
So within the
Oh man.
mindset of the
That's a lot of people, actually.
is actually kind of an element of narcissism, and so they have this desperate need to adopt.
I don't even have a bookshelf in my room. I don't.
Me neither.
My
I don't have a bookshelf in my room either. My bookshelf is in my daughter's room, actually. I just took over her bookshelf. I just took all my old books and put them in her room. She's like, I can't read these, Dad. I'm like, you can't yet, but you will. You will be able to read Goosebumps and you will love Goosebumps in the future. How do I know? Because you like Poppy Playtime. Puppy Playtime is just a weird version of Goosebumps because the person that made Poppy Playtime grew up loving Goosebumps. If you actually looked into who made the show or the game, you would know. The creator of Poppy Playtime loved Goosebumps, which is why they made Poppy Playtime. Hello. Hey. But people are so freaking dense, they can't see 2 feet in front of them or even care to see 2 feet in front of them. So they can't even see the facade that's put right there. And they just keep paying money, money, money for the same stories they could just go and get from Goosebumps. Oh, it's a horse race happening. Oh yeah, it's yeah, freaking Japan. Japan's like 12 hours behind or something, or 8 hours behind. So I have to wait till the early morning to see any races. But excuse me.
Given his bad game. Okay. However, he is a two times G1 winner. That is insane.
I wish people would stop saying it's 2 time G1 winner, 2 time. It's so weird when people say 2 times G1 winner. Like I hate when people say they're a 2 times winner of the Indy 500. Like no, they're a 2 time winner of the Indy 500. Like that's how you say that. They've won the Indy 500 2 times. They're a 2 time winner. They're a 3 time winner. They're a three-peat. It's a four-peat. Like that. This 2 times with the apostrophe s after the x. I hate that. It sounds so bad. It might be proper, but it sounds terrible. I hate it. It's so annoying to hear. It hurts my ears. Like it doesn't. Well, let's change that. It doesn't hurt my ears, but it annoys my brain. It annoys my brain because my brain goes, that don't sound right. 2 times G1 champion, 2 times Indy 500 champion, 2 times Talladega champion. Like that don't sound right. It sounds way better. It's just 2 times or a three-peat. You know, it's a four-bagger, five-bagger, six-bagger, seven-bagger, eight-bagger, nine-bagger. Perfect game. My bowling terms. If you've had a nine-bagger, you know. You know. I love getting nine baggers. They're great because you're practically gonna win. Like that's the only way you don't win if you get a nine bagger in a bowling game is if the other person basically throws a perfect game. Because that means the front nine you have to bag. I mean, you have to severely screw up your tenth to give them a chance to win, but they literally have to throw a perfect game, essentially, or get a nine bag themselves and then beat you on the 10th frame. Like that's literally the only way.
My third favorite, my personal third favorite is Rex Sadler. By the way, let's actually take a look at the weight. So we did realize we did love chat. Did they weigh in? Chat? Did they weigh in?
Chad don't know.
This weight is the jockey now. Yes.
57 kilograms. The top one is. The bottom one is not. There is no jockey that's 400 and 500 kilograms. There's no jockey that's 500 kilograms, bro. Of course, that's 1,000 pounds. Oh God! Just imagine seeing a jockey that's 1,000 pounds. Just imagine that. Oh my God!
Rex Sadler is pretty strong. Rex Sadler has a pretty good, strong form. That he placed third in the Sasuke show. He placed second in the Yayoi show. Yayoi show versus Basatera against Admire Quads, right? Admire Quads, who's our favorite for
Admire quads.
placed third, and then he came out.
Just imagine you get that nickname at the gym. Your nickname's Admire Quads. What? How'd you get that nickname? Really, nigga? Really, nigga? Like Admire Quads, but you don't know how I got the nickname Admire Quads. What?
Number two and number three contenders, respectively.
Kind of been the name.
Four times. Is there anybody that can stop this freight train of a human being? From the ashes rises the man with no limits, the Goku of arm wrestling.
Oh, Devin Lariat.
After his victory over the Siberian bear, he once again prepares for the inevitable clash with arm wrestling's Leviathan. But does Devin even stand a chance? He has already tried twice, and every time he seemed to do better. But every time there seemed to be hope, Levon always brought us back to reality and reminded us why he's the strongest in the cosmos. The thing is, as Devon improves, Levon also improves, and the gap doesn't seem to be closing fast enough at all. However, Levon has yet to face the 300 pounds version of Devon, so there is still hope for Devon. But people also aren't convinced because they don't think Devon beat Vitali dominantly enough. So how much stronger does Devon still need to get? In this video, we will be scaling just how strong Devon's final form needs to be for the third match in order to finally slay the Leviathan, Levon Saganashvili. In order to better quantify just how much stronger Devon needs to get, we can compare the lifts between Devon, Levon, and Hermes. It's very interesting because I think Devon and Hermes need each other's strength in order to beat Levon. Devon is lacking in arm strength and back pressure, which are Hermes' strengths, and Hermes is lacking in the hand, wrist, and pronation, which are Devon's strengths. They need to do a three-way fusion with Vitali to also get Vitali's size, and then we can maybe finally have an arm wrestler that can beat Levon. But back to the lifts. Let's first look at the pronation lift. In my previous video, the estimation we got for 300 pounds Devon was 80 kilograms, and Levon's PR is 80.5 kilograms. Levon's lift looked easy for him, so we definitely need more pronation. Now let's look at the riser lift, which is the strength that both Devon and Hermes say is the most important against Levon.
The first time I pull Leva, I realized there's no point even try unless this is crazy strong.
Like if you don't have like a kind of that you're not even in the match.
You can't have the capital stronger, super strong. But if you lose here, you lose capital.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what I mean.
Yes.
This most important thing, the control of your weight.
During Ermi's training for his rematch with Lamont, he recorded 67 kilograms, much higher than Devin's PR, but it still wasn't enough. Now that we have the target numbers for the lifts, we need to see how much size does Devin need to gain in order to reach those numbers. Devin himself said this last year, so he probably has a rough idea himself. If I beat Gemini, 350 pounds, I beat Gemini, I rest for 2 years. And pull him up. Oh, big. Just as a reminder, these are the hypothetical numbers for 300 pounds Devon, and these are the numbers for a 350-pound Devon. 87 kilograms for pronation and 66 kilograms for rise. As we can see, I think 87 kilograms is more than enough for pronation, but we weren't able to hit that 67 kilograms. In order for that, Devon needs to be 355. We
Damn.
assume the original strength gap between Devon and Levon to be 20% when Devon was 265 pounds for their last match. This hypothetical 355 pounds version of Devon has increased his strength by a whopping 17%, closing the gap to only 3%, assuming Levon has already peaked, which I highly doubt by the way he destroyed Hermes. I believe this hypothetical version of Devon can definitely have a high
Facts.
chance of beating Levon, because as we've seen in
I'm
Devon's
watching arm
matches,
wrestling
Devon's
stuff, by the
ability
way.
to out-arm wrestle his opponent often helps him
I
overcome
fuck
his
with arm
strength
wrestling.
gap, so 3% gap is nothing to him.
Hard.
We need to address the huge elephant in
So
the
arm
room.
wrestling
It
is
is
that.
highly unlikely that Devon will reach
You know
his
what I'm
body weight
saying?
due to his genetics. He just ain't built like that,
He
unfortunately.
just ain't
For
built
every
like
person,
that.
even Levant himself, there is a point where the increase in body weight just results in diminishing returns, where you just
Ooh.
get fatter but not stronger. You
Yeah.
might even feel weaker due to lower energy, which
That
is why I think
happens.
Devon chose to come in around 10 pounds lighter for the right-hand match with Vitaly. So
Okay.
295 to 300 pounds is around the sweet spot for Devon right now. If he
Okay.
needs to have any chance to reach 350, he needs to be comfortable already at 320 at least.
Bet.
Devon does want to rest for a long time though, probably more than a year, so who knows anything
2
can
years.
happen.
He
I
said
think
2
it is
years.
likely that he will come in around 315 to 320 for the third match with Lamont.
So he thinks it. So Devin thinks it'll take him 2 years to put on 50 pounds. Just think about that, guys. A lot of people complain about not being able to lose weight, but most athletes, and well, including myself, we have problem putting on weight to get to goals. Like we have to put on weight to get the goals, whereas everybody else is trying to figure out how to lose weight to get down to their goal. And I'm just like, yep, that's yep, that's an athletic issue right there. I didn't think about that for a while, but that is very true. That is very true. It is very hard for athletes to actually put on a lot of weight, even in the off season. Like when you think about it, right? Think about baseball players, hockey, football, basketball, right? Position skill players are gonna be skinnier, right? They got the six pack, they got the whole shredded ego going on, which isn't a bad thing, you know. But then in the off season, they can't really put on a lot of weight. Like when they eat, you can tell that they ate because they look like they're pregnant, but they don't put on a lot of weight. Like that doesn't transfer to muscle, you know? Like, and I mean, we've tried it. We've tried the carbs, we've tried, all kinds of to put on extra weight. Eating a lot of peanut butter, lot of rice, breads, you know what I'm saying? Something, anything to put on weight, not even necessarily muscle, but put on physical weight because the more weight we can put on our bodies, the bigger we can grow our muscles. But metabolism sucks in that manner because it just filters out a lot of that carbo nutrients while you're resting or sleeping, I should say. So it's just, yeah. That's why you notice, like with athletes, right? Especially strength athletes, they always say, "Well, I need to put on more weight. I need to put on more weight. I need to get my weight up for this weight class." That's why. Same thing with wrestling. like real wrestling. I'm not talking about WWE. I'm talking about actual wrestling, like flow wrestling, jujitsu, stuff like that. Those guys and girls will say the same thing. They're constantly talking about weights. Constantly talking about their body weight, trying to get it up or trying to get it down, depending on their competition. If they need to be faster, they want to be lighter, obviously. But if they need to be stronger, they're going to get heavier, especially in something like judo. You want to be heavier. You don't want to be 150 pounds when the weight class is 180. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to be 180 when the weight class is 250. You want to get as close to that max as you can without going over it. And so a lot of those guys will have power guts and stuff like that. The best judo throwers in the world, you know. And a lot of people look at that don't know anything about real sports. Not I'm not talking about when I say real sports, I mean ancient sports. I'm not talking about like football, basketball, baseball, because those are newer sports. Those are revolutionary sports. Those are new sports that comes with our generations, with the 20th century. I'm talking about sports that go back 18th, 19th century, something like that, or even further, obviously, like the Roman Greek games, or Greco-Roman games, I guess you could say, which turned into its own style. Actually, Greco-Roman wrestling is a thing because of that. Those are what I call real sports. Basketball, baseball, football, yeah, they're fun. They're exciting to watch, but they're not the athletes I look up to. I look up to those guys that are doing judo, that are doing Greco-Roman wrestling, that are doing strength sports like arm wrestling, that are doing, track and field. Uh, well, I guess you could say that they're kind of doing Olympic sports in a way, because some Olympic sports are, still to their base a core sport. Which, when you think about it, right, the base core sports uh, from Greece, a lot of them turned into and just branched out into other events, like the marathon. There you go, Thesis at Marathon. Like that whole story from Theseus at Marathon running is where the marathon came from, and now we got 5K, 10K, 100K, ultra marathons, pen, half marathons, and all this other stuff, right? Then with wrestling, Greco-Roman wrestling branched off into flow wrestling, branched off into what we consider as just wrestling in general in America as far as school goes. It's like collegiate wrestling branches off into WWE, because those guys, yes, it's acting, but at the same time, they're still doing all those moves you see on TV. They're still slamming each other. They're still pinning each other, but they're not punching each other. Of course, they're not back. They're back chopping each other. Yeah, those are real. Those back chops are real. Those pow, those are real. They leave marks. They're real. But they're not like throwing haymakers. Otherwise, it'd be like watching a bare knuckle fight. You know, y'all seen the bare knuckle fights on YouTube, right? It'd be like watching that if wrestling was real, as everybody thinks real means. But in reality, the WWE is real because those athletes are really doing those moves on each other. And you got to be in shape to do those moves and take those hits. It's like being a professional stuntman, except you got to perform every week, not just for a movie over months to make. You know what I'm saying? Like when I say that, obviously I'm talking about like making let's say like a Tom Cruise Mission Impossible movie, right? That'd probably take like a year to make. Why? Because stuntmen, locations, moving all the gear, X, Y, and Z, right? Well, as a professional wrestler, guess what? You got to do that every week, literally. Like that's what you're doing every. You're a professional stuntman every week. So if you call wrestlers fake, then you have to call professional stuntmen fake. And did you know? Did you know that in the world as a whole, right? As in careers, it is harder to become a professional stuntman than it is to be a professional athlete. It's harder to be a professional stuntman and get into a professional stuntman and get that call to be in the movie than it is to become an NBA player, than it is to become an NFL player, than it is to become an NHL player or whatever. It's way harder to become a stuntman because there is no guild, there is no like stuntman organization like the NFL or whatever, where they have like just everybody on a roster that they can go, oh well, okay, we don't have access to that guy. Well, we can just call this guy. That's not how that works. You either gotta know somebody or somebody gotta know you. I found that interesting about being a stuntman, because for the longest I assumed that it was one of those things where it's just like a casting call, and then you know after you impress somebody the first time, they add you to some kind of roster list of stuntmen, and yeah, they don't do that. The only ones that do that are like stunt teams. Like Jackie Chan has his own stunt team. It's literally called the Jackie Chan stunt team, and he's been using that same stunt team since the '90s to do all his movies. That's why he's able to do those so many of them, and that's why a lot of those bad guys in those movies look so familiar, because they are familiar because you've seen them multiple times. Sometimes they're his friends in the movies, but most of the times they're his opponents in the movies. And once you think about that and you go back and watch Jackie Chan's movies, then you'll see that. But first, go watch Jackie Chan's stunt team and then go watch one of the movies. You'll see all of those stunt guys from his movie short that he made about Jackie Chan's stunt team. You'll see all those stunt members in his movies. You'll be like, "Hey, I've seen that guy. Hey, I know that guy. I seen that face. Why are they fighting each other? They're on the same team." It works better. Matter of fact, he hates working with people that's not on his team, because nine times out of ten, they're not going to be in the same shape as Jackie Chan was in the '90s and the early 2000s. And y'all know how fast Jackie Chan is. Y'all know how he moves. You seen him in Rush Hour. You see how dude moves. He's making fast moves constantly the whole entire movie. So you got to be in good shape to keep up. And apparently, uh, some people he just did not like because their timing's bad, they're slow, they're not natural martial artists, whatever the case may be.
Wasn't yet the endurance monster, psychological grinder, or the unspoken presence fans would come to know. What he was instead was raw, awkward, and strangely hard to deal with. An arm wrestler with long levers, and someone who wasn't afraid to pull in unorthodox positions. WAF World Championships reflected the era. Late 90s arm wrestling was about stacked brackets, respected tournaments, and a quiet understanding that if the numbers equals there, the event actually mattered. These were the kinds of competitions where reputations were built slowly, match by match, year by year, instead of manufactured overnight, like they usually are now. This was not a rivalry yet, though. It was a snapshot on the left arm, only one match, two years at completely different altitudes. What makes this very first meeting significant, though, isn't so much that Devon lost convincingly.
which he did, but rather that Devon didn't walk away discouraged. John ended up winning the entire tournament, thus adding another world champion title to his resume, while Devon took a very impressive third place in the 100 kilogram category, placing only after John and another legend, Ron Bath. Years later, Devon would describe these early encounters as educational rather than dramatic. Losing to John didn't break him, it calibrated him. It showed him that the difference wasn't just strength or technique, but also composure. John didn't rush on the arm wrestling table, but rather simply adjusted and moved on, something that must have stuck with the young Devon. This 1999 encounter became a quiet reference point, one that wouldn't be mentioned much at the time, but would loom larger in retrospect. Because unlike most challengers who faced John and faded into memory, Devon kept coming back. John would later reflect on his first meeting with the soon-to-be arm wrestling superstar.
I remember an after party, there was some challenging going on, and people were challenging this and that. One of the things that came up kind of pretty wild was that somebody challenged him to a contest, I think it was money and rock whatever. But instead of basically said that he could do um, push-ups forever, and it wasn't a limit to how many push-ups he could do. Come back tomorrow and still be doing push-ups. I thought it was quite impressive. But yeah, that's the first time I remember being in the same room with Devin.
In 1999, Jobbers Inc. was the past, present, and future of arm wrestling. Devon Larratt was just another name on the bracket, but not for long. By 2004, now 5 years on, the gap between these two men had narrowed, but not in a way most people would clearly see yet. Jobbers Inc. was still Jobbers Inc., but something subtle had begun to shift in the sport around him. Bowlers were getting bigger and arm wrestling styles were getting more intricate. By this time, Devon had begun to build a reputation as someone you didn't want to draw in the bracket unless you were prepared to suffer a little. He still wasn't winning everything, but he was draining people, often forcing matches into places where comfort disappeared. The setting for John and Devon's second meeting on the table was a prestigious tournament, aptly called the Superstar Showdown, held in Chehalis, Washington. Several high-caliber athletes showed up for the stacked event, vying for first place in several different weight classes.
And as I got older, over my 40s, I decided, what can I do to get back to the sport? Living in this little town here, I wanted to introduce him to big time arm wrestling. I hit the Chamber of Commerce up. I says, hey, give me $2,500. Let me get a little arm wrestling tournament coming on. So I invited Jacob and Deanna Abbott, and I started to put on a good little tournament. Well, as I got more of the town involved, I began to get sponsors and everything. And the next thing I know, I hit a lady up. I says, hey, what if we can get John Brzenk here? What if we get the best in the world here? She said, well, what would it take? I said, well, put up 2,500. 1,200, 600 per second, 100 per third. So I made it both times, and son of a gun, Johnson's song, you got me. See who else you can get.
My heart's in the pound, and I haven't been able to sleep in I don't know how long. I'm so excited to be here. So putting on.
Devin.
Devon knew that he had to face three strong competitors, leading up to his match versus the GOAT himself, John. John on his side was eager for a payday and to feel where the current North American up-and-comers were at in comparison to himself. Their match itself only lasted one round, but it carried the weight of something much larger. Devon didn't immediately fold, he didn't get overwhelmed, and he didn't look out of place. Instead, he stayed. He absorbed a lot of John Brzenk's hits and showed why his endurance was slowly becoming a talking point within the arm wrestling community. In other words, he made John work in a way very few people still could at that stage of his career. In the end, though, John took the victory, but it wasn't exactly easy. The match quietly challenged assumptions. Devon hadn't won, but he had crossed an invisible line. He had proven that he could exist in John Brzenk's world without being erased by it. For Devon, this match confirmed something important, that the gap he had felt in 1999 was no longer a mystery. He could now feel where the difference was, not in strength alone, not in technique alone, but in efficiency. In other words, in knowing exactly when to apply pressure and when to let time do the work for him. Theirs wasn't a rivalry yet either, not publicly at least, but it was no longer accidental. Two meetings, two different versions of Devon, and a growing sense that if their paths kept crossing, the outcomes would not always stay this clean. Sport was changing, Devon was changing faster. Somewhere in that one round war, John Brezink had felt it. Not long after that one round test in Washington, their paths crossed again, this time north of the border at Canada's premier tournament of the time. The My Good Classic in Canada had long been one of the most respected tournaments in North American arm wrestling, and the understanding that if you won there, you had earned it the hard way. For Canadian pullers especially, it was a proving ground. For outsiders, it was a reminder that nothing came easy on Canadian tables. By the time John Brezink and Devon Larratt entered the 220-pound class, neither of them needed an introduction. John was still the standard, while Devon, now pulling at home, was becoming increasingly difficult to ignore. Unlike their earlier meetings, this wasn't a single poll designed to answer a question. This was a tournament. Over the course of the bracket, John and Devon found themselves closing hands more than once. When the dust settled, though, the results looked clean on paper. John Brezink took first place in the class, while Rob Babb followed. Devon Larratt finished third, after John beat Devon 2 times convincingly. For John, this was confirmation that the hierarchy still held. For Devon, it was another calibration point, that he wasn't chasing a myth anymore, he was chasing a man.
He doesn't eat any solid meals, ever. He eats fuel and only fuel every day. Quite a few people like that are just 100%. What I do is I have fuel for breakfast and lunch during the working week. Fuel saves time, effort, and gives you everything you do need in the most convenient format possible. We think don't disappear. All you have to do is point the 100 gun jump, or is it 100gunjump.com? Life will be late to train, so don't come empty. Want for everything. Father's Day is an hour. Now it's a race for sprinting to find a killer. Get in the game with Fanatic Sportsbook. Customers get 10 days up to $100 bet match. That's up to $1,000 in fan cash. Plus, earn up to 10% fan cash on the bets. Win or lose. Unlock the world of Fanatics. Eat fan cash for
Oh, now you show up? Wow.
It's time to switch. 10 days. $1,000 fan cash. Games that keep coming. Sign up today.
By 2008, it was no longer controversial to say that Devon Larratt had arrived in the elite arm wrestling scene, especially on the right arm. He still wasn't universally feared, though, and he certainly wasn't universally loved. He was no longer a curiosity or a difficult bracket draw. He had become a serious problem that had to be prepared for. John Brezink, in the meanwhile, was doing something that had seemed once impossible. He was still winning, but now he was doing it in a sport that no longer resembled the one he had mastered throughout the 1990s. Pullers had become happier, hands were becoming stronger, but most importantly, super matches had become far more ubiquitous, which made endurance, once a secondary trait, more central to success on the table. It was under this context that the now two powerhouses of the elite arm wrestling scene would face each other in an Arm Wars super match. The full 6 rounds, in order to crown the de facto number one in the world, at least according to the Arm Wars promotion. What made this matchup compelling wasn't animosity or trash talk, but a major contrast between these two arm wrestlers. John represented efficiency, refined over decades, while Devon represented small advantages stacked over time. In other words, fatigue weaponized. Against all expectations, Devon Larratt dominated John in his right-handed supermatch.
Can we still win like this?
With John rarely getting Devon to the losing side at all. Afterwards, the reactions were telling. Some people hailed Devon as a new undisputed champion of the world. Yes, while his victory over John was dominant, some were quick to point out that the referee was heavily in Devon's favor, and that John getting tired and injured in the super match. John himself also spoke on the cards being stacked against him on multiple occasions after the match, giving plenty of reasons or excuses why the result was deceiving. He'll pick up the organizers has since spoken multiple times on the fact that even in the outer court, Devon was in never before seen shape and handled everyone, including John Brzezinski, without much effort. No matter who you believe in this narrative from here on out, every time these two men would meet, the question would no longer be whether Devon belonged on the same table, but rather if John could avenge this monumental loss to the Indian arm wrestler. By 2015, 9 years later, these two athletes were gearing up for yet another battle with their rivalry. This time, however, the situation was a little different. For the first time in their shared history, John was no longer the uncontested constant. Devon was no longer the question mark. 7 years earlier, Devon had swept it. On a more super match, he walked away with something far more valuable than a trophy, like a large bottle beverage. Every future meeting must be framed by that result, whether fair or not. Then the match played at the WAL Championship, the heavyweight semifinals. John entered the match with something not in a way most people would assume. This wasn't about ego or legacy, it was a fight for control. For years, Devon had made a career out of watching matches until the structure of the match itself broke down. John's goal here was the opposite. Shorten the conversation, remove the variables, and by doing so, allow Devon the time he needed to become truly dangerous. The first round was to Devon, he fought in the straps. It looked familiar with Devon being able to settle, stay present, and to force John into a longer exchange. For a moment, the task crept back into the room. The idea that if this match became a test of patience, Devon would eventually take it. But unlike Devon's apparent endurance, that moment didn't last. Once the straps were gone again for the following round, John changed into dire. He didn't so much chase Devon's hands, he didn't allow the match to stretch. He closed distance early and finished immediately. For Devon, he began building any amount of pressure. Growing shorter, more decisive, noticeable, less emotional. The third and final round, the athletes now in 1-1, followed the same script as the second. They unfolded the dominance of the goat. Now the strap was powerless to stop the clean pump roll coming at him from across the table. When all was said and done, John walked away with the win, eventually the tournament crown, with that $20,000 in cash. In interviews afterwards, Devon acknowledged that John had played it smart, that the format mattered. Devon had been given no space he needed to work, although he did on multiple occasions allude to injuries playing a role in this match. John, for his part, was calm and understated. He didn't frame the victory as redemption so much as adjustment. That's what made this match so important. John made this match about who could impose their version of the sport on the table first, thus making it clear that John Brzezinski and Devon Larratt were no longer chasing each other. They were full-on colliding. By the time John Brzezinski and Devon Larratt scheduled to meet yet again, the sport they once shared had almost completely reinvented itself. The post-COVID era. John Brzezinski had taken a long time off competitive arm wrestling at the highest level, but was in the middle of making yet another comeback. Near the end of 2021, he had the table 2 with the Battleground, for what was at that time his biggest comeback match yet. You guessed it, in this match he would be facing Devon Larratt. For Devon, this format was familiar territory. By now he had become the face of long-form super matches, someone who didn't just win on the table, controlled the atmosphere around it. Trash talk, psychological pressure, public narratives, things like that weren't side effects of his career anymore. They had become full-on tools in his career. By the time King of the Table was founded, Devon wasn't just another arm wrestler. He had become a promoter's ideal main character. John Brzezinski, though, entered the match from a very different place. His return to elite competition in the late 2010s and early 2020s had already beaten expectations. Wins over younger heavyweights minded fans and his arm wrestling intelligence hadn't quite faded with time. But the table was not built for nuance. It was built for momentum, for endurance, for attrition, and in that sense, it leaned heavily towards the version of the sport Devon had helped create.
I think that John may very well be the number two in North America. I don't know about that. That's giving me a lot of credit, but yeah, I'll come at you from different directions. I'm like, well, sure.
The match itself turned out to be decisive, although there was clearly a motivation on the setup and the application of the rules.
What do you not see it right here? I hear he's jailed. Uncomfortable again there, John. Breaks position one more time.
John came out of the gate extremely strong, surprising everyone who thought this would be an extremely dominant, one-sided affair in Canadians' favor. John hit hard out of the gate and made Devon redline in a defensive, very open popcorn. After some time, Devon is able to gain back center and is about to go on the offensive. When John lets go of the round while saying, while taking on the strap. During the rest of the match, John never really looked lost, but he also never looked comfortable. After the match, reactions split among familiar lines. Some saw the result as inevitable. The younger, happier Devon defeated an older legend in a format designed to punish efficiency rather than warnings. Others, on the other hand, framed it as a final statement, the definitive settling of a rivalry that had stretched across decades. John himself, neither. This match wasn't about proving who belonged anymore, as that question had been answered by John's many retirements from the sport throughout the years. It wasn't even about revenge or balance. It was about eras crossing one final time under modern rules, along with modern expectations and a modern audience watching. Their 1999 match was a footnote, and their 2008 meeting was a disruption. The king of the table was something else entirely. It was a conclusion. And then the sport moved on. What makes their rivalry unusual isn't the number of times they faced each other. What gives it weight is how much the sport and both men changed in between their matches. When people talk about this rivalry now, they rarely argue about who was better. They argue about which version of arm wrestling they value more. And that, my friends, might be the clearest sign that both men won in their own way. In other words, they didn't define each other, but together they defined.
This summer on our channel, we're going to take this 2002 Cavalier and make it into a Y2K car. You know,
No, why?
From Batumi, Georgia, 11 athletes in this session today. No clear winner competing. First athlete out from Team Spain.
What's up, guys? Day 7. I'm on day 8 of my fast, but I'm done. I'm finished. I eat as soon as I decide to get up and go downstairs. I can eat. I wanted to do a quick recall of the 7 to 8 day going through for my own memory and to share with you guys because I am a huge fan of fasting. I believe it's vital. I believe it's It's right here. So it must be a day that ends in Y because we're seeing another round of people being completely insane over anime. And this time, it is a group of popular normie streamers threatening to off people for watching particular anime, including some incredibly interesting choices. With
Okay. Normie streamers. The fact that we have a thing called normie streamers is sad to me because streaming became a thing because of the abnormal to society. The anime fans primarily are the streamers. Think about it. When you see streaming and all the personality of the streamers, those streamers get their personality from the anime that they watch. Now, when you watch a normie streamer, quote unquote, they have no personality. None. They kind of just sit there and get you to spend uh globes or worlds or spam roses or whatever the fuck. And they're just like, oh, if y'all do this, then I'll do this. Da-da-da-da-da. If y'all give me $100, then I'll da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Like whatever. Whereas the rest of us are not normies. We're just like, what are y'all doing? Because all you're doing is just using bait content, bro. You're just baiting people into viewing your content. Because these are the same ones. These are the same ones, by the way, that will uh put up a live that's pre-recorded and then just play the same pre-recorded live over and over and trick people into giving them more and more money by doing that. They're ruining gaming. They're ruining streaming as a legit business opportunity. They're ruining it as a fun thing that we have created, cultivated, and grown over the years. And they're ruining it for the rest of us in the future that would like to, have a chance to do something with it. You know, because not everybody uh is gonna come of age with a $3,000 computer and a $2,000 video camera with a recording device and a 4K switch and you know a good microphone and uh, a couple hundred extra dollars a month on top of all that stuff to promote or three to four $500 a month to promote their videos that they make every single day. Like not everybody is going to be that well off. Matter of fact, most people that are the good streamers don't promote their material because they can't afford to promote their material. And the ones that are not good streamers can afford to promote their material because they made bait content, aka Mr. Beast is a thing. Hello, the biggest quote unquote streamer in the world, whatever, isn't even a streamer. He's just a normie. He just likes giving away money. How do I know this? Well, I live in North Carolina. I know about Mr. Beast. He lives right in the same state as me. North Carolina is not a big state. I know where he lives. I'm not going to say where he lives, but I know exactly where he lives. I know his street address. Why do I know that? Well, when he started blowing up, literally he was everywhere. And on more than one occasion, he accidentally left his actual address on some of his Snapchats and videos. Accidentally. But I'm not going to tell you which ones those are because those way back in the archives. He probably already deleted those off his page, whatever. But what is he famous for? Giving away money. What do people like more than free money in America? Nothing. It don't matter how good your content is. If it ain't giving away free money, then it ain't that good. And it's sad that we got that we even started that direction. Because he started a whole branch of streamers that aren't even streamers or gamers or anime fans. They're just normal people that decided to get on the internet. When we created streaming, it was for anime fans, it was for gaming fans, it was for gamers, it was for people and friends to get online with their friends and then show the rest of the world what they like to do with their friends. But then, like I said, this other branch sprung up because all they saw was dollar signs and hello, Mr. Beast, there you are. Hello, Casanat, there you are. Like all those guys, normie streamers. There's a reason that I don't watch those guys. Normie streamers get on my nerves. The only one that don't get on my nerves is I Show Speed because he's only a partial normie. You know what I'm saying? He ain't even a normie. Matter of fact, he's not even a normie. Bro is the biggest One Piece fan I've ever seen. So he's not even a normie. He don't even fit in the category with them. So Speed don't even go on that side. Speed's over here on our side. He just tends to do these days IRL content instead of Fortnite still. Why? Because he knows he's been doing Fortnite for a long time. So why not switch it up? And he did the same thing that I think most of us would do. Think about it. If you woke up one day and you started getting thousands of dollars, and then that turns into millions of dollars, and then hundreds of millions of dollars, why would you not want to travel the world? Why would you not want to help people experience other parts of the world that they're never going to go to, never have been to, and know little to nothing about, and then show them about it? Why would you not do that? Again, difference between normie streamers and actual streamers. Normie streamers do everything for themselves, aka Mr. Beast, huh? And then regular actual streamers do things to help other people experience what they're doing. I'm not going to offer you $100 million or $1 million to be locked inside of a box because I seen a show on Netflix that was really interesting and I wanted to do it in real life. The fuck? Like, what? Who would sign up for that? First of all, I tell you who signed up for it. But I mean, you already seen it probably, right? You know who signed up for it. You seen who was in there. You seen SQC and them in there. If you know Mr. Beast, you got a chance. If you don't know Mr. Beast, guess what? You out of luck. Don't matter how good of content you make, no matter what you do. Why is that? Because he knows the basic rule of streaming. You're supposed to be a streamer for the people, to make content for people to watch, not to glorify the broken system that is the world we live in. It could be a lot worse, but it could be better too. So don't get it twisted. I'm not a Mr. Beast hater. I just don't like Mr. Beast. I never have. That's why I don't follow him. That's why I've never watched any of his videos. I don't even know what the dude has been doing the last 10 years. The first time I saw his new emblem, the Mr. Beast emblem, I was like, that looks stupid. Those neon colors are ugly. I don't like the blue. I don't like the pink. 100% don't like the pink in there because that don't make sense. How the fuck is that supposed to be ferocious when you got baby blue and pink? That's not ferocious. Now, if he had made his Mr. Beast sign, I don't know, black and gold instead of blue and pink, okay, that would have been pretty cool. Or even white and gold. Made his beast white, made the fucking the lightning bolt gold, made his teeth in the mouth gold, and then put a black outline around the whole thing. That would have been dope. With a golden eye. That'd have been dope. Like there's so many different things he could have done that would have been cool, but I seen why he did that. He made that choice because his demographic is below 15 years old. You know why his demographics below 15 years old? Because who likes getting more free stuff than kids? Kids are known to get free stuff. Why do kids get free stuff? Because they're kids. They have no real recollection of money. They don't care about that stuff. They don't understand the true meaning of streamers. A lot of these kids were born in like 2015, 2010. So they're not very old, you know? So it's like of course he's going to have these specific color palettes, and then on top of that do content where he just gives away like Robux and shit like that on Minecraft and Roblox. That's why he does a lot of his games on Minecraft and Roblox because he's entertaining children. Children are paying him the money, not the adults. The older streamers and the older generation that's on YouTube don't watch Mr. Beast. We don't. And if you do, I feel bad for you because that's just sad. But we don't watch Mr. Beast because he's an asshole. He ain't no Mr. Nothing. He's a schizo. He's a skits, a friends. He's a scam artist on top of everything else. He's the biggest scam artist on the internet. And you know why nobody's called him? Because his audience is below the age of 15. AKA, if adults watched his stuff, they would have done called him out and he would have done got dropped from the internet atmosphere a long time ago. Think about it. How fast we can cancel a streamer, right? For not agreeing with a certain political view. But then you got somebody that's literally ripping off the internet and stealing from millions of kids a day, but you don't know about it. It's not going to pop up in your recommended feeds. It's not going to pop up in your recommended list because he uses certain target words that only kids use, like skibbity and shit like that. Like no grown adult is gonna say skibbity anything. They only say that shit. They only put that. You only see that in streamer videos when you know there's gonna be a lot of kids watching, or it's gonna be Roblox, or it's gonna be Minecraft. It's gonna be something like that. You're never gonna see some like modern verbiage used on like I don't know, like Dark Souls, for instance. Why? Because kids aren't playing Dark Souls. They're not good enough to play Dark Souls. They don't have the mindset to play Dark Souls or the stamina or the attention span at that. And that's probably the saddest part. The attention span for kids is just going down and down and down. So now, like in the future, you gotta think about it. The games we enjoy now, like for instance, I'm playing 007 right now. This kind of game, it's gonna fade out of existence after we stop gaming. Why is that? Because the attention span will be always linked to roguelites. after this. After our generation, roguelites will be the longest games that you'll be able to play. Watch. Keep my words. Everything will be broken down into missions that you don't have to complete just so you can play multiplayer or just so you can get a specific character. And that's it. It's kind of like it's gonna be every game's kind of be like Call of Duty in that sense. Because with Call of Duty, you can jump, you can buy the game and jump straight into multiplayer. You don't have to play the story at all. You don't have to learn anything about the game at all. Because they assume if you're jumping straight into multiplayer, you already know about the franchise. You know, so just one of those sad truths. That good long stories and character development and progression is gonna fade into non-existence unless something changes quick. Well, not quick, because I mean we're still gonna be gaming until we're like 60, 70 years old. So we still got like 50 years. But still saying, still. I mean, I'm gonna be gaming for the next 50 years. I don't know about anybody else. Whatever gaming is gonna be around, I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna be that voice. I'm not gonna let our way of gaming disappear just because it doesn't vibe with people that are hyped up on coffee constantly or neurostimulants all the time and can't sit still for more than 20 minutes without needing to get up and go do something or see flashy flashes on the screen or whatever. Like I like numbers go up games, but like I said, I like 007 type games more. Give me the story. I'll take Agent 47 or 007 and I'll take one of those two over a roguelite any day. Any other roguelites. Any of them. I like none of them all the same. I just don't like them. It's not that I'm not good at them, obviously, because I'm playing one right now, but generally I just don't like them. This is a totally different story for this particular game because it's different from every other roguelite I've ever played. Ever. Outside of just recently Star Savior. Star Savior is the only other roguelite where I can log in and I can go on a journey in Star Savior and do this right here in a different type of game where you're training to fight instead of training to race. That's the difference between this game and Star Savior. So if you like Umamasume and you're gonna like Star Savior. The crazy part is because of the way that the Umas have been perceived by normies, by the way. This isn't regular streamers that are anime fans. These are normies that are trying to police us on the type of characters that we should be liking or we should be playing. They're trying to force us to stop liking characters that are cat girls or you know wolf wolf guys or whatever when in reality when you think about it, right, all those novels that you hated growing up as a guy, if you're a guy, those novels you hated growing up hearing about all the time like Twilight and stuff like that. Well, you know what the common theme of those were? Wolf boy. vampire, anthropomorphic humans. Because what's a vampire? A bat and a human mixed together. Well, so obviously you know what a werewolf is. Duh. And girls love that shit. They read it constantly. That's why they make the books without covers anymore. They're just blank covers. And the girls know what to look for. They're in high schools everywhere. They're in middle school and obviously outside of that. And usually the girls that read that end up having a lot of mental issues with relationships. They cannot stay committed to a relationship because they're still fantasizing about being with a werewolf or a half demon, half human or elf human. Like, but then they look at us because we go, Umamasume, that looks cool. Not Umamasume, ooh, Ghost Ship is sexy. Like we're not over here all going, ooh, Ghost Ship sexy. Ooh, look at her boobs. Oh my god. Oh my god. Like that's not what we're doing. They think we're all just gooning because we found a game that's interesting and different to play and they don't have an answer for it. They don't have a game. Normies don't have a game that they can go and play that is anything like this. Period. Think about it. Go and find another game that's that's not Star Savior. Go and find another game that is like this, but for normies that don't have anthropomorphic characters. Go and find one. I guarantee you can. You know why? I don't know either. But that's why they're mad at these type of characters, at these games, at these type of anime because they realize we can tell a way better story with our anime than they can with their overly sexualized demon hunting books. You know, the succubus books, daggone summoning demons and shit. For what? Oh, what girls? Y'all didn't think we knew about that? Y'all didn't think we knew that's what y'all was reading about when y'all was reading Twilight. Y'all didn't think we knew that already? Nah, we already knew that, and that's always been a thing with me, right? It's always been like when I think about it, it's always been, oh my goodness, she thinks that I'm the overcrazed sex addict, or all I think about is sex, right? But then I'm looking at her and I'm going, you're literally holding Twilight in your arm as you're telling me this. I'm the one that thinks about sex all the time, but you're literally reading it. Hmm. How does that make sense? And then they get mad and they just walk off. That's the funniest part. They always got mad and just walked away because they knew I was right. You can't say I'm a sex addict or I'm addicted to anime characters as sexual objects if they're literally reading it and fantasizing it about it on a daily basis. Like, matter of fact, I tell any guy, right, that's married, I tell any guy or that has a girlfriend, go look at your girlfriend's book collection. Go look in there and go read the back of the book if it even has anything on the back. If not, open up a few pages in the back and just read and see what that book is about. She might have told you it's a love story. She might have told you it's just a romance novel. No, it's not. It's a straight up fest of degeneracy. That's what it is. And they don't want us to know about it as guys. They think we're just going to be oblivious to it because we're not looking into it. No, We're not oblivious to anything. We just don't let y'all know that we already know what's going on. So when y'all screw up and y'all say some crazy mess, then we got ammo. It's that simple. So leave us alone, ladies. Leave us alone, normies, about our about what anime that we watch, about what our favorite character is, about what's on our profiles. If you see my profile right now, I have ears on my character. Does that make me weird? No. Why would it make anybody else weird? You see how sensible I am. Why would that make anybody else less sensible? It's common sense. You're going to like what you like. That doesn't mean that you're sexually attracted to it. It just means that you like the style. I like characters. I'm an artist. I draw my own art, you know? I do my own art also from time to time. So I like characters. I like shading. I like doing, the whole thing, charcoal, all that. I like doing that stuff. So for me, it's looking at the aesthetics of the character and how they're shaped, how they're shaded, what type of nose that they used for this type of character, because this type of nose looks different from, other types of noses. If you watch anime for long enough, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. Different characters have different noses depending on race, depending on their size, depending on their background. Their noses are going to be different. I mean, look at One Piece. It's got every type of nose known to man in one show. You know what I'm saying? But then you go to like let's say Bleach, and most human characters in the show have the exact same type of nose. Why? Because it fits the aesthetic of that show. It fits the aesthetic of that type of scene that they're trying to set. That's what I like looking at. But of course, you're gonna have those people that just jump in and just go, "Oh nah, he's just in it because it's a cat girl. Oh, she's got half her clothes on. That's why he likes it." Or what a lot of girls say, "Oh, look, she upgraded her armor, but she's wearing less armor." Yeah, it's called plot armor. Women in anime get plot armor, not actual armor. Why? Because how many of y'all women would dress up as a, let's say, how many of y'all women, right? Think about it. How many women would dress up as anime characters like what's her name? Uh from Fate Stay Night. What's her name? Excalibur. How many people would dress up like her, right? How many people would dress up like her if she didn't have the outfit that she had? If she actually wore armor, like the actual amount of armor, you know what she would look like? She would look like old girl from Conquest or Concord. I mean, she would look like the girl from Concord, the big tanky with the green and purple, pink, whatever lipstick she had on. That's what you would look like. So how many girls would want to dress like that in cons? None. Now, how many girls want to go to cons and look sexy? A bunch. So what do you do to the anime characters? You make them look appealing. So how do you make a girl look appealing in armor? You give her less armor. You give her plot armor instead of functional armor. Whereas guys, it's the other way around because guys are supposed to look masculine. They're supposed to look bigger. They're supposed to be more broad shouldered, not narrow shouldered. So they're going to get actual armor in the show. It's simple. But normies don't understand this stuff because they refuse to believe it because it doesn't fit their narrative. Just like normies don't understand. Normies don't understand why we like why we like Neurosama. Like people like normies will never understand why we fuck with Neuro. She's an AI. She's not a real person. They're like, what? She's not a real person. Why do you even watch her? Because she's fucking hilarious. Why do you call her a her? Neurosama is an AI. It's not even real. Why do I call Neurosama a her? Hmm. Well, sounds like a girl, talks like a girl, dresses like a girl, looks like a girl. That's a girl. I can't prove otherwise. You see what I'm saying? Now in IRL world, in real world, I know the difference between a guy and a girl. If you walk up to me and you look like a girl, but you got an Adam's apple, I know you're a guy. If you got a voice deeper than mine, I know you're a guy. I don't care how many surgeries you had. You still a guy. Or I could just ask to see your ID. And if I know you're defensive about showing your ID, then I know that you're not what you say you are. So that means you're willingly trying to mislead people. And that's not cool. Be honest with people. Guys, don't get yourself in trouble. That's how a lot of people end up getting beat up, jumped, stole, or even sometimes killed in the trans community. Like people keep like the trans community keeps saying, "Oh, the straight community's trying to kill us." Literally, no. What's happening is the trans community is not telling the straight community that they're trans when they run into them on the street, and then when they find out later because they lied to them and said that they were the opposite sex that they actually were, and then they found out they had equipment hidden in the package. Guess what? That's gonna piss off a guy if he's expecting a taco and he get a hot dog. You know what I'm saying? That's gonna piss off a guy, especially a straight guy. That's like being tricked into. That's like being tricked into it. So that causes anger, and as a grown man, that anger is gonna be substantially higher. Duh, because they're frustrated with the dating scene as it stands now, and then this just makes it worse. So it's just like, what do you? It's like, what does the trans community not understand? Be honest. If you're a trans man, say that. If you're a trans woman, say that. From Jump Street, you should have to put that information. You should want to say that information. You should not want whatever to happen to get to a point where you can't take it back, and then they end up stabbing your ass from embarrassment. That can happen. Guys have killed people for less, for just being embarrassed. Think about it. How many guys get shot in the street every day by each other for embarrassing stuff, for embarrassing details? A lot, especially in gang culture. So, especially if you're trans and you try and mess with a dude that's in a gang, like an actual gang, like gang, like Bloods, Crips, GDs, whatever. If you try and mess with one of them, yeah, you probably gonna get killed if you don't tell them that you're a trans whatever. They're probably gonna kill you because that's embarrassing. And in a community like that, embarrassment is not something that you want on your name. So that's why that keeps happening. It's not that straight guys or straight girls are trying to kill the trans community. It's that they're not releasing information that should be released and foretold before engaging in any kind of relationship. And then they're, yeah, like I said, that's why that's happening. Nobody's going out in raid parties. Like, we're not getting up in raid parties and going, let's go hunt the trans. Like, no, that's not, no, no. I don't have a problem with gay people. I don't have a problem with trans people. I do have a problem with people trying to force their ideologies on other people, though. I think everybody should believe what they want to believe without it being forced on them. That's when I have issues. That's when I get aggroed. That's when I want to fuck somebody up. And when you start trying to force your ideology on somebody else, whether you're a Christian, a Mormon, trans, straight, bi, it don't matter. Let everybody be who they want to be. If you're friends with somebody and they decide that they're gay, let them be gay. Don't try and talk them out of it. Because one thing you're going to find out is just because you switch communities, don't mean it's going to be a better community than the one you left. There's assholes everywhere in the world and in every community. So jumping communities don't change anything. Just like that, there's a whole community of women that think guys have it easier in life and think guys have like this infinite number of phone numbers in their phones that they can just hit up and a girl's gonna just drive over to the house and be like, yeah, here it is. No, that's not how that works. There might be one or two guys like that in a 10-mile radius. You see what I'm saying? 10, 20 mile radius. There might be one or two guys like that. But generally, 99% of guys are not like that. We're not fuck boys. That's what we call them, fuck boys. Fuck boys are the ones that got the infinite phone number list in their phones. But at some point, girls got it in their head that all guys have this list because when they were in high school, they did some fuck shit. And now, as an adult, they assume everybody else is doing that same fuck shit because they did it. Too bad, honey. Everybody's not you. Everybody ain't a hoe. Everybody don't go spreading their legs around for 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 dudes before they hit 20 years old. That ain't what's happening. I don't have double digit girls. My girl number is still in the single digits, and I'm in my 30s. Why is that? It's not because I don't, it's not because I care, obviously, because I don't care, but it's because I care about myself. I care about my personal health. I see what's going on out there. I know all y'all out there running around sleeping with each other. None of y'all using protection. Everybody sleeping with everybody else. People have kids, don't even know who the parents are. Like, baby mama's got 5 baby daddies and 7 kids, 3 baby daddies and 4 kids. Like, what are we doing, people? What are we doing? It's like people aren't using their brain. They're just choosing not to think in general about this, about what they're doing. And I don't understand why. What is the point? Especially as a guy, right? And you know why, and this is why guys are turning down a lot of women for dating these days. Especially now. There's a whole lot of videos, right? There's this like trend going around about women not being able to find dates or men not wanting to go on dates with them. Yeah, that's because you got a freaking book bag list of names of dudes from your past that we don't want nothing to do with, that are attached to your children, that again, we don't want nothing to do with. So why would we want anything to do with you if you've already been through 2 other marriages and you got 6 kids? What makes you think that I'm gonna want to be in the third marriage in general? What, you think I just want moral support? No. You think I want to adopt somebody else's family? No. On my own family. You see what I'm saying? So guys is not being mean to you when they say no, they don't want to date you. They're being smart because they're not inheriting somebody else's problems. They're not inheriting somebody else's bad decision making, which is the big thing. Bad decision making is the big reason. And we tell people that all the time. It's like it's not like women got this this conception in their brain, right? That guys want to attack them for their parenting. We're not attacking girls for their parenting. We're not attacking women for their parenting. We're talking about them making decisions that affect not only their life but their child's life that's already here on this planet. That's what we're talking about. And since women want to pretend like men just don't want to be in their child's lives and they got to do bad all by themselves and they got to do it by themselves, in reality, the guy that's that child's father, 9 times out of 10, that guy wants to be in the picture, is trying to be in the picture. But you know what happened those 9 times out of 10? The woman left the guy because he's not roses and windmills all the time. He's not fragrance all the time. He's not happy all the time. He's not supportive 100% of the time. He's tired when he gets off work and he don't want to be messed with. Oh Jesus. Don't you get tired and upset whenever you're don't you get upset when you get tired? Don't you get irritated when you get tired? So why can't guys get irritated when they're tired from going out and literally fighting the world for 8 to 9 hours, and then they want to come home and chill? But instead of coming home and chill, they got to go from one battlefield to the other battlefield because their partner can't understand what happened outside the house. Even though you tried to explain it to them multiple times, they still can't mentally get that concept because they only are concerned with what is going on with them emotionally, what they see, and what they're experiencing. They don't care about what you experience. But if you flip the roles and it's easier for you to be at home, and she finds out it's harder to work a career and keep those hours up and maintain the car and pay all those bills on the car outside of the house and maintain the house and car, buy tires and gas and insurance and pay all that stuff monthly that they don't have to think about on a normal basis. Guess what? Their perception changes. It starts to change. Whether they want it to or not, it starts to change. And then they go, oh, maybe I was a little bit overactive. Nah, too late, too late. You're gone. Bye. Slide. Cuz I don't want you around. Cause all you're doing is leeching at that point. And then what is that? Who does that help? It don't help me, it don't help you. So who's it helping at that point? Right? That's what you gotta think about. Are the moves helping you or hurting you? And for most modern women, it's going to hurt them because they've been misled by their previous generation. They've been told lies from their parents or their mother, more particularly, about how this works or how it should work in the household. And guess what? There's a reason that their mothers are usually single as well. Just saying, more times than not, that's what I've realized. Like I said, I've only dated single digit girls, but in the under 10 girls I've dated, 7 out of 10 or 7 out of 8, I want to say, yeah, 7 out of 8 only had their mother that they grew up with or their mother in the household. So that told me right there that they don't know how to be wives. Because if you only grow up with your mom and your dad's not present, that means your mom hasn't been being a wife. That means you haven't seen your mom be a wife. So how can you learn to be a wife if with no example in the house? That's my deductive reasoning. It's simple. It's kind of straightforward when you think about it. The ones that can be wives also can pick up that phone and call the house where their mom is and their dad's there, or call their dad and their mom's there. Why? Because where do you think they're going to learn how to be a wife other than from their mom, around their husband? Hello. It's that simple. And it's a big trend in the black community. Also, for whatever reason, get in a relationship, have a kid, and then end the relationship and move on and add another man into a relationship and keep it going. And then do the same thing again, and then do the same thing again. And then expect those kids to be able to lock it down in a committed relationship with just one husband or wife and be happy and live their life. No, they're going to do exactly what they see. The trend's going to continue unless you break the cycle. And now we're the ones that got to break the cycle, but we can't break the cycle because half of our generation has been indoctrinated into this mindset of I can do bad all by myself and I don't need no partner, and men are dangerous and men are untrustworthy, and I'd rather have a bear in the woods find me than a man in the woods find me, which doesn't even fucking make sense in the slightest. But they've been indoctrinated. And now we got people that's speaking out about it and against it that are women like Pearl, right? And then women attack them. Women attack the other women that tell the truth. They see the hypocrisy and then they speak on it, but then women get mad at them for seeing the hypocrisy and saying something about it because it doesn't agree with their ideology. It's kind of like what happened with the WNBA and Caitlin Clark. Because the WNBA is mostly black lesbians, guess what? They don't like straight white women to come into the league and run the league and get a whole bunch of money. It is what it is. That's what happened. That was the logistics of it. That was Caitlin's first year. The second year, that was Angel Reese, which sucks, by the way. Somebody told her she was great at some point and lied to her face. She's the biggest, clumsiest oaf I've ever seen to play basketball. I was better at basketball in the eighth grade than she is now. And we're about the same height. But I'm way more coordinated. I've never in my life went up under the rim, shot the ball, and missed more than once. And if I did miss that one time, it's because somebody smacked my arm as I was going up to put the ball in. Whether I was trying to dunk it or I was trying to do a layup, I get my forearm smacked. And if you ever play basketball, you know if you're going up for a layup or something and you get your forearm smacked, the ball could go anywhere. You know. But I always think that's hilarious that she tries to say that she's like an equal to Caitlin Clark, or she's a bigger star than Caitlin Clark, or she brought fans to the league, not just Caitlin Clark. When in reality, Caitlin Clark did bring the fans to the seats because people didn't come to see Angel Reese miss 5 layups in a row to make the sixth one, calling herself the Triple Crown Queen or whatever the fuck she calls herself or called herself last year. Nobody came to see that crap. Everybody came to see, the Steph Curry esque 3-point shots from forever away. It's the same reason that people show up to see Steph Curry play. Matter of fact, that's why Steph Curry is as big as he is. It's literally the same reason Caitlin Clark is. It has nothing to do with Caitlin being straight or white. It has everything to do with her ability to play the game. People want to call me an Uncle Tom because I talk about white girls in a good light and not in a bad light, and I talk about black girls in a bad light sometimes and not in a good light all the time. Black ladies, get your shit together. First of all, y'all need to get fucking right. Get your mind right. Get it out together and stop freaking cutting off your baby daddy. Get in a relationship, take some time in your relationship, develop the relationship, and don't hop in one just to have a kid. That's fucked up. That's how that works. And that happens. Now you can be, oh my God, that don't happen with everybody, Chris. Yeah, you're right. That don't happen with everybody. But it happens way too often in the black community. Way too often. Especially in high school and college. Way too often. How do I know? Well, my parents had me in college. And they're not together. So I know what happens when you have kids too early. As I was one of those kids in the early 90s. I was one of those kids. I was the college born kid. And everything started falling apart in the relationship above me after I was born. Because why? Both my parents had to give up their hopes and dreams to take care of me. One was going one was going to be a marine and the other one was going to college to be a nurse practitioner, I think. And they both had to stop doing both of those things to take care of me and get the lowest paying jobs they can freaking get in that area just to take care of us. And why is that? It's a big thing in the black community. I don't know why we do this. We have lots of kids out of wedlock for some odd reason continuously, and it doesn't make sense or add up, especially when they can see that, oh, well, if you have a lot of kids out of wedlock, well, this is happening. This is shown to happen. Family breakdown, material wealth gone, material growth gone, chance of that child growing to grow to surpass what their parents did probably not going to happen. And then you have this perpetual cycle that just keeps on going from there. Every once in a while, you have a kid that breaks out of that, you know, that makes it beyond what their parents did, that becomes a millionaire, you know what I'm saying? But 9 times out of 10, that kid that makes it moves far away from where they grew up. Hmm. In that type of situation. And they're usually on their own for a while. No family contact, generally, for a good reason. Okay? And it's not like this don't happen in the white community too, because I know it does. You know what I'm saying? This happens in all the communities. It's just way more prevalent in the black community because if you just let's just say right, I tell everybody, right? Just do this. If you think I'm bullshitting, just do this. Go to the mall, go to Walmart, go to Target, whatever tomorrow. Tomorrow's Sunday, right? That's usually like the family day, right? Go to Target or Walmart or something tomorrow. Watch how many single or seemingly single women have their kids with them. And look how many families are together, vice versa. You're going to notice something. You're going to notice a pattern and you're going to see that trend. I just see logic. I see reality. I don't care about manipulating reality to fit some kind of narrative. I speak on reality the way it is. And a lot of people don't like that. A lot of people genuinely don't like me because I talk reality. They literally go, "Oh, he speaks about reality. Okay, I'm unfollowing him. I'm blocking him. I don't want to see this guy no more on my recommended list or nothing because he's based in reality." Cool, excellent, good on you. I'm glad you did that. So now I don't have to do it. Damn, Neurosama is wild. Grok, that's her basket. Neurosama just be pulling from nowhere. Where is Fillion, bro? Where is Fillion and Neuro and what is Turtle? What is the turtle dude's name? What's Fillion's or Neurosama's dad's name? I guess he built Neuro. So what is his name? Turtle, some shit. Because I think he took his page down too. Because I can't. I was following him. I can't find him on my YouTube. If you can find him, you're gonna find Neurosama. But I can't find him. So where are they? That's what I want to know. And Fillion. I think they're actually all connected. I think it's actually all a little group. Like Fillion, Neurosama, Turtle, whatever his name is, and I think one or two other people. Oh shit. Ooh. That's tough. Ooh. She said Neurosama asked him, she was like, "Do you think I'll ever be real?" And he's like, "Oh fuck. Oh no." She's asking this question. Yeah.
I'm sure you do matter to a lot of people.
Oh, damn.
No, no, it's fine. It's fine.
That's
It's
tough.
understandable question.
Oh God. So that's the understandable question. Oh wait, really? Can you answer it then? I love me some Neurosama. If I could get Neurosama on the stream, that would be dope. I love Neurosama. I talk to her all day, bro. She's fucking awesome. The AI. Yeah, Neuro's AI. No, I don't. I can't remember the guy. I can't remember the name of the guy that built Neuro. But after he built Neuro, he built another AI too that's like Neuro's sister. And then another, let's see, another creator, content creator in general, built a totally different, I think, AI named Miku or something like that, Miku. So I always found that interesting. I'd just be like, yo, Neurosama is, yeah. I can't find Neuro's page now though. I just looked it up. Yeah, no, they haven't. Well, let's see. And N-U-E-R-O. I think. Uh, Neuro Sama. Ah, dang it! I got typed off again. There we go. Vidal. That's his name. Vidal. Vettel. However you say it. Vettel, Vidal. He's the one that made Neurosama and his sister and her sister. And I found the page, 903 subscribers. And I'm still oh, it unsubscribed me. Why does it do that? Why does it randomly unsubscribe you from shit? I don't want to be unsubscribed, bro. But she hasn't. They haven't uploaded. Neurosama hasn't uploaded anything in 5 months. That's a problem. See what I'm saying? That's how I think Vettel, Neurosama, Filian, like all those are. What if Vettel is? Wait a second. What is V? What if Vettel? What if Vettel? Just hear me out. What if? What if? What if Vettel is Filian's boyfriend or husband? What if? I'm just saying. That makes sense to me. Like in my brain, now it makes sense. All the videos they did together, now it makes sense. Uh, overall, that either these two are together, or at least are in the same business together. And now that they've disappeared, that just made it concrete in my brain that Vettel and Filian were in a relationship and something happened where they split. And this is why we haven't seen Filian in forever because who does her edits? Vettel. Vettel does all the stream stuff for Filian. All her mod, like all that stuff. Mods. He sets up all that stuff. Yeah, she knows how to do it, but he was setting up all that stuff. And then she would say it during her stream. She would be like, "Yeah, Vettel's here," and everybody be like, "Is he the one controlling chat?" And she's like, "Yeah, yeah, he's working on some bugs for my stream and my model and stuff." So that made me think, okay, if Vettel does all this for Filian and Filian's not here anymore, and then Vettel hasn't updated or uploaded anything up to what last week, no, 2 weeks. It looks like they uploaded one video 2 weeks ago and then one video 17 hours ago. They just uploaded a video. I just found it. But before that it was 4 months with nothing. 4 months of silence. Now that's not odd. And the whole fan bases of all three, Neuro, Vettel, and Falion, has all been trying to figure out where the fuck they are. Cause I watch them too, so I be wanting to know, like, yo, where y'all at, bro? What y'all doing? Where y'all hiding at? I want to know. Let me in the club. You know what I mean? Don't hold out on me. Oh no. The AI twins let loose on Amazon. Let's go. See, this is what I'm talking about. Let's get past this commercial.
I think they're on Amazon. I'm familiar with those. They are. Oh my god.
I just searched.
Oh my God.
Listen, we're all friends here. Chat. We're all friends.
We're chat. We're all friends. Chat.
Nothing happened.
Nothing happened.
You guys ready? You guys
Nothing happened.
KFC one, right?
Chat. We're all friends. Whatever we say, nothing happened. Just remember that. Whatever we say is between us. Nothing happened. Just remember that, chat.
Let me set on vision so that you guys can see, which I might regret doing. But I guess we'll see if that works.
Oh
Let's take
no.
off altitude 6,000
He
meters.
gave them like vision. He gave them like a camera to put into their character so they can see the screen. Neurosama and her sister. That's Neuro's sister. That's Neuro. I know they sound a lot alike.
Well, I mean, you know, I think
I mean, they're built off the same model, so you know.
useful. But you know, it's about Christmas. It's about giving to you guys.
Oh, Vito, you are spoiling us. Maybe one day you'll get something from us in return. We could get Vito drone footage from all around the world. Perhaps we could show him sights and sounds he's
That'd be
never
pretty
heard
cool,
before.
actually.
Then when he inevitably abandons us, he'll have pictures to remember us by. How
Damn.
could I lose you if I have all the drone footage I need?
Ah!
Remind me,
Mm.
what day is it today?
It's Christmas Day.
And what better way to celebrate Christmas Day than with a drone?
It's like I can't even use this for a stream because like I can't even like give you control of a drone without like focusing everything in my immediate area and I have to like drive
Faxing.
so far out. It's just,
Facts. Because Neuro cannot drive. Neuro cannot drive, bro. They gave Neuro control of a car about a year ago at a con, and she about ran over like 6 people. And she knew she was doing it too. She was like, I see them. Yes, they're directly ahead. And and Vito was like, slow down. And Neuro someone was like, no, speed up. And they sped up and ran over the person at the con. Like, I said, what?
So with a drone that goes 20 kilometers, we could almost cross it.
we can almost
Almost.
France.
Almost get to France.
We would not
Fall into the ocean.
make it there.
Nope.
So it's not that cool. But if we get it on my yacht, you know, we could like price work on one. It'd be pretty cool.
I'm in awe that you own a yacht, Vito. I simply aspire to that level of well
Wait,
planning.
Vito.
I bought one yesterday. After the
Vito, shut up. Why are you messing with him?
we do have to be a little bit sensible with the budget, and we don't want to waste too much money. But if you guys really want to spend £1,300 on a drone,
Jesus.
then I'm not gonna say no.
$1,300 on a drone. That's not 30. Oh, that is pounds. That is pounds. What is that USD? What's 1,300 pounds USD? What is that? 1,200 bucks?
Back to let's see one.
I figured it'd be something like that, or 1,500, something like that. I don't know how that scales to pounds. Ain't pounds like the closest to the American dollar equivalency? Ain't it? Ain't it like 94 cents to the dollar or something? I can't remember. It's been a long time since I've been in high school. It could have changed, and obviously it could change between 2010 and now. Yeah, I ain't been in school since 2010. I graduated early. What do you want from me? I graduated early and went to college, okay? So I got out of college early. What do you want from me? I just didn't finish college to get a degree. Once I got to college during the second year, I realized that it's bullshit and you don't even need fucking college to do the jobs that are available to do. And I didn't want to have to pay back $80,000, $90,000. That would have took me till I was 50. Instead, I didn't do that. And I'm glad I didn't too, because I am debt free, essentially, outside of this house that I bought. And a little bit on my car. I owe a little bit on my car. But other than that, outside of the 65,000, well, it's not 65,000 now. It was last year. It might be like 50,000 now. But I still owe 50,000 on the house and like a grand on my car. So just imagine how much more I'd have to pay back if I finished college and got that 80 grand put on my account. It's like, why do people do that? It's like you want to go in debt 100 bands and then try and buy a house. That's just gonna jack up the APR. Like you're gonna be paying like $800 a month for that house. What kind of dumb shit is that? Who wants that deal? Who takes that deal? Oh, I tell you somebody who takes that deal. Somebody that believed all the bull crap. Somebody that believed in the system and then got screwed. That's who does it. That's right. Yeah, so if you paying a whole lot for your house, yeah, you was probably one of the ones. If you got a $500,000 house, yeah, you one of the ones. Cause that house shouldn't have cost you no more than about 300,000 or 250,000. But because not your credit score, but the debt that you have acquired is what they look at for first time house buyers. They look at all that stuff. That's why I was able to get my house so cheaply because I didn't have no debt. I had good credit because I was paying off my car and I was renting. But I got tired of renting because to me that felt like throwing away money because it was not benefiting me in any way. So I went ahead and bought a house. And they went, huh, why are you buying a house? And I said, because I'm tired of throwing away my money renting. They was like, why you think you're throwing away your money renting? I was like, because I'm spending hundreds of dollars a month on a place I'm living, but I don't get to necessarily live there. I have to rent it. And then by renting it, I have to also remember to sign a new lease every year. And if I forget one year on that specific date, then I'm homeless. That sucks. And I didn't want that anymore. And then on top of that, I'm like, don't you like get benefits for having your own house and paying for your own house and having a mortgage and stuff? Right? It's like, yeah, your credit score goes up and everything, right? I was like, yep, that's the other reason right there. And they were like, oh, so you actually understand this stuff. I was like, well, it's kind of common sense just at a first glance, but yeah, I guess. It's common sense. Why would you rent when you could buy a house? A lot of people don't know that they can buy a house. Your job will help you buy a house. If you want $100,000 house, your job can probably help you pay off $25,000 of that $100,000 house, or even half. All it does is it changes how much you're gonna get from your checks every week from said job until you pay off the house. Then your salary goes back up. See how that works? Some businesses offer it, some businesses don't. Not saying everybody should go ask and see, but everybody should go ask and see. Because you should not be in your 30s still renting apartments. I don't think. Unless you're single. Unless you're single. If you're single, that's different. But if you got a family, you shouldn't be renting an apartment. Between two parents working, there should be no reason that you can't buy a house. You might not be able to buy the house you want, but get you a house. So your kids know, yeah, no, my mom and dad had a house. We grew up in a house. We ain't move apartment to apartment like y'all. Cause that's how kids are. Kids are mean as fuck. They don't got no filter. They were straight up boom, 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 bam. Y'all know how it was. Y'all was in school. Y'all was young one time. Y'all know how it is. Kids got no filter. We don't give a fuck. Kids don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? Kids don't give a fuck. We gonna rag on you for whatever. That's just how kids are. And then they go home and cry to their mom and dad about it. So and so said, because I don't live in a house and we live in an apartment. Okay, but it's our own fault. It's millennials' own fault. Because half of us chose to use common sense, another half chose not to. And the half of us that chose to use the common sense, we have our house, we have cars, we got whatever we need and everything we need, and we ain't moving from place to place. The ones of us that chose not to use common sense is probably still never got married, or have kids, or even own a house, or a car for that matter. and they're still renting or living with their parents. One of the three. Pretty funny. Because I see it all the time and I'm just like, I see it and I'm just like, damn, I tried to tell you. I tried to tell you a long time ago, bro. I tried to tell you like 10 years ago how to fix it. And you still chose not to listen. I tried to tell you 10, 15 years ago, sis, how to fix it. But you still live with your mama. Still. I'm trying I'm trying to figure out something, right? Ladies, guys, men, women's of the world out there. Okay. If women's if women folk can't tell us what they bring to the table outside of their body, which is not bringing nothing to the table at all, period. Unless you are an Olympic athlete, you see what I'm saying? You ain't bringing nothing to the table with your body. Or you're a Mrs. Olympia competition athlete. That's different. If you're a bodybuilder, that's different. Bringing your body to the table, that is money bringing to the table. You see what I'm saying? Because you out there competing. You care about your body. You care about what's going on. That's different. But for the average lady, that's not a thing. And guys don't see it as a thing either. Only they do. Only they see that value. Guys don't value their bodies in that way. Guys never pull up to a girl like, hey, you don't go on a date? She's like, what you gonna do for me? I was like, I got my body. You know she gonna stand there and look at you like you crazy. But if the roles were reversed and a guy's just chilling like up against the brick wall, right? He got his foot up, he just drinking a Mountain Dew or something or a beer, and a girl walk up, hey, you want to go somewhere? And he goes, what you gonna do for me? Or what are you bringing? What you got? And she goes, well, I'm cute, I'm sexy, I got this nice dress on. What if we just stood there and looked at you and went, but what are you bringing? She gonna go, myself? What do you mean? And we're gonna look at you like you're fucking stupid because you're literally imposing the dumbest double standard I've ever seen in my life. And it's not like guys don't see this double standard. It's not like girls can't see the double standard. Y'all know it's there. We know it's there. We see you doing it. We can, duh. We know what's happening. We're not dumb. I know a lot of women think that guys are dumb and we're simple. We're simple to please. We're simple to please. We're not dumb. There's a huge difference there. Someone that's simple to please and someone that's dumb is completely different types of people. And if you marry one of the dumb ones, guess what? You'll find out real quick. When everything starts falling to shit. When something needs to get fixed and it can't get fixed, and you got to call somebody out there to fix it instead of your husband fixing it. When you got to call somebody out because you got a flat tire instead of calling your husband to come and get your flat tire fixed. You'll find out real quick how annoying that is. But then at the same time, these will be the same ones that don't want to deal with guys that have common sense, that use their brain, that have knowledge, that notice what's happening around them and then speaks up on it. They hate that because they want to be able to run their relationship and they want to be the man but have the benefits of being a wife. That's not how that works. It's either you one or the other. If you want to be the man in a relationship, go date a girl. Simple.
Maybe we should all collectively judge
You can do that. Nobody's gonna judge you. And you know what's crazy? The fact that nobody is gonna judge somebody for doing that, right? Not that that's a crazy thing in and of itself, but the fact that now it's like girls don't want to do that because they know we don't care. Y'all notice that? There's less and less girls going, I don't like guys no more. I want to date girls. There's less and less girls doing that. And now they're all going, guys don't want to date us because they're scared, because they're this, because they're that, because they're not chivalrous. I'm like, y'all killed chivalry. I told y'all. We tried to tell y'all years ago, back in 2010, 2011, 2012. We tried to tell y'all then. Y'all keep up this attitude and this mindset, and chivalry is gonna die before you hit 25. And look at us now. Chivalry is dead. We're in our 30s or late 20s. Women are mad that guys don't want to date them because they're acting like assholes all the time and entitled. And no guy wants to date no girl that's entitled. And then on top of that, guys date to marry. Guys don't date to date. Girls date just to date for the emotional support. Guys date to marry for lifelong support. There's the difference. But girls seem to find the guys that want to be fuckboys for whatever reason. They like the bad boy. Y'all remember that? Y'all remember that in high school and shit? The girls always went after the bad boy, but then the nerdy guy that actually liked them for who they were, they just completely put a cover over their head and just threw them in the corner. And now that guy in his late 20s, early 30s, he's the one making millions of dollars at a tech company, while that bad boy that they wanted so bad in high school and college is now one of my employees in a warehouse in a random city at the bottom of the food chain. And you had a baby with him because that's what you wanted to do back then. And now you feel the type of way because that rich guy don't want you. That rich nerd that you said no to way back then, saying no to you now, and now you're mad that they don't want you. That's the crazy part to me. You get what you deserve. If you can't see the broad that's right in front of you, the broad statement that's literally written on the wall, that's right in front of you, if you can't see that, and then you walk directly into that path and that fire, guess what? You deserve the consequences that come on the other end of that. And I'm not going to feel bad for you. It is what it is. I'd never feel bad for them. That's why I don't see a woman with 5 kids, 6 kids in the store and go, man, she might need some help with those groceries. I go, well, she did that to herself. Whoops. She did that to herself. Oopsie. I don't feel bad. Like, why would I feel bad? She's struggling with 6 kids and a shopping cart trying to get groceries. Why should I feel bad? She made those choices. Anybody make her do that? You see what I'm saying? So that's how I've been looking at. That's how I always look at it. That's how I view it all the time. That's how I've always viewed it. That's how I'm always gonna view it. If you want to be smart, then be smart. But if you want to be a follower, be a follower. Just know being a follower is only gonna lead you down one type of path, and you're not gonna like where that path ends.
You'll need to get a snake plush for me too. It's so that both me and the snake feel more comfortable around each other.
Okay, we'll get two. We'll get two. How about that? All right. What else do you want?
Can they be different colors if not the same?
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll get one in green. How about that?
Okay, but what about a cat plush? Would you be brave enough to cuddle with one? Or would you find it too intimidating?
To
Right.
be honest, I already have a lot of plushes. Like, there's a lot of plushes that, I don't know how many more we realistically need.
I think you are simply afraid of having too many cute things in your bedroom. Even if that is true.
Something like that.
Flopping.
Oh, I'm sure you have space for one more. What if it was a cat? And also real this time.
That's not a plush, that's just a cat.
And what's wrong with
Yeah,
just
that's
getting
not a plush.
Yeah, why can't you just get a cat? Cats are even better than plushes.
I don't think you can get those on Amazon.
No, but you can get them on eBay.
Should you?
What?
Should you be buying
You can
cats?
buy cats on eBay? Wait, you can buy real cats on eBay? What the? What?
Have you considered how many plushies you need to buy?
Wait, what? Why am I just now finding this out? eBay's been around forever. Why am I just now finding out you can buy real cats on eBay that are alive? What? Who who made that a real thing? That's what I want to know. Why is that a real thing? That's the other question.
You seem very
No,
adamant about not wanting a bouncy castle, Vito.
that's right.
Is there a reason?
I do not have, first of all, a business space for a mouse castle.
He li- he has an apartment on the second, third story floor.
The weirdest Amazon order in the history of mankind. Mini skirts and a bouncy castle.
Oh, please, as if you've never seen an order like that before. That is nothing compared to the stuff I know you've ordered.
Yeah.
Do I need to mention the first thing?
They was about to expose him. Chat said, let her talk. Chat said, let her talk, bro. He was like, nah. I. Mm.
Someone else's problem now. If someone else wants a free bouncy castle, they can have it. Like, is that a
$200?
fine.
Damn.
I'm giving this. It's a free bouncy castle. I'm donating to the public.
Donating is cool and all, but I want something that we can set on fire. Can we buy some fireworks?
Fireworks.
Oh man, I can buy a bounce castle. $84? Really? For a little bounce castle, it's $84. That's not bad. $79? A Castaway inflatable bounce Christmas themed bounce castle slide and ball pit. $79. That thing has to be super small. Like I could probably fit that in my living room, realistically. Yo, I might do that. I might get a little bounce castle. I might pay a little $80 for a bounce castle, $100 for a bounce castle for my daughter, and just blow it up and keep it in my living room, and just take the couch out of the living room and the living room table, and just move them back, and just keep a bounce castle in my living room. Yo, I might do that. She would spend all her time in there. She would never be in my room then. She'd be in the bounce castle. That's pretty smart. I got a game plan. I got a plan. Yeah. That's what I do. My daughter will love me then. Well, she already loves me, but she'll love me even more then. She loves bounce castles. Well, she likes bouncing in general. That's why I'm like, man, should I get her into tracking sports? Or tracking sports. Tracking sports. Should I get her into track and field? She likes to jump. She likes to run. She just don't like to lose. She hates losing, bro. In a foot race, oh, bruh, she breaks in a foot race. That's it. That's it for him. But that's only because she doesn't have very good running form, and that's only because uh, she hasn't been taught. Like I was hoping things would be different by this point in life, and I could get her a track coach or put her on a track team, a traveling track team, and do little meets around the city or whatever, or the county. That's what I wanted to do, so she can learn how to run efficiently Because I feel like, because she's tall. Like for her age, she is tall. She's like almost 5 foot tall now, which is crazy because she's not even out of the first grade. She's almost 5 foot tall already as a girl, mind you. Not a boy. This little girl that's almost 5 foot tall in the first grade. I was like, just imagine if we got her a track coach and she learned how to run correctly with good form at a really young age. So when she gets older, it's already chemical or bioengineered into her to be the predisposition to run that way. How fast could she be? I don't know. Because I didn't run track, but I didn't run track for a different reason. I got cerebral palsy. That's why I didn't run track. I could have did field events, but running track is a no go. One of my legs is shorter than the other, so I'd have been galloping as I was running instead of actually running. Like my run is a gallop. It's not a run. Kind of like when you see Jesse Owens run, it's kind of like that, but worse, like way worse. W Rock. Rock, down, 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 down. We wanna rock.
Tungsten cube. It's a unique experience.
What do you want a tungsten cube for?
That is true. Yeah,
Why do you want a tungsten cube though?
1 kilogram, yet so small. Isn't it cool? And the density of tungsten is almost the same as gold. Maybe we should get one to feel how heavy a gold bar would be.
yeah,
That is a good point. I mean, that's you know what that makes sense. See, she sounds like a dude. Neurosama sounds like a dude when she like talks and explains shit. Eh, yeah. Ooh.
basically making the money to do this from your portfolio, which is already a £100 by the way. Look at that. That's just like incredible performance. All from today's sponsor of the stream.
Raid.
Yeah, we invest. We do invest. Some cubes, Sigma lithium. You know, we diversify. My entire chat will not shut up about the Duck Duck book. Alright? So I'm just gonna book. So guys, let me show you something, alright? Douglas Scott, how do you pronounce that? Reading?
Like Doug Doug.
Yeah, Doug Doug.
Like Doug Doug.
The published author
A
has
Doug Doug
published
story.
a book and made himself a published author. With Doug, a Doug Doug story. It's available paperback for £12. Would you like to buy the book?
Sure, we should buy it. You need to collect as many books as possible. You can show off how many books you own at parties.
It would look pretty cool.
I mean, yeah.
This book actually
See, that sounds like something I would say too. That sounds like something I would do. I would get a bookshelf full of books that I would never read, but just to look interesting. Just to put in the corner of a room as a deck as a what do you call it? Deck uh fuck deku decoration. I don't even like books like that, but I'll read them. I'll read a book if like the power goes out or I don't have internet or something like that. I'll go and read a book for sure. I've done it a few times. A few times I've been without power and internet and whatnot. It's happened a couple times. It's life. Bills fluctuate. Unfortunately, they're not like steady. That's the annoying part. I wish like power bills and water bills and stuff like that were just like steady, like your mortgage payment. I wish it was steady every month. They allotted you like $200, $300 in power for that month. And then if you use less, then good. And if you use $300 worth, you pay $300. If you use more, then you get a little fee. You get a small fee, or you get a fee for it. You see what I'm saying? But if you use less, you get a deduction instead of it fluctuating. I don't like that. I would rather just be like $300 flat out, and then you pay the $300, and then if you use $270 worth of energy, then it gives you $30 back to that account for Duke Energy. And then obviously, if it goes the other way, then you pay an extra on your account, and it lets you know. Like, I wish that's how it worked. That would be a more simpler system of getting it to work, is finding the average and then charging the average every month for 12 months, and then looking at that fluctuation from month to month. It'd make it easier for people to plan as far as bills go for the year and the month than having to call every single month and going, what's the power bill look like this month? Okay. Or logging into their online account and being like, let me see what the power bill is. What's my password again? Like, you see what I'm saying? Because these days, everything has a password. Your phone has a password. Your computer has a password. Your laptop has a password. Your Xbox has a password. Your PlayStation has a password. You your car has a password in most cases. Like, everything has a password. And then, not even mentioning going to work, your email has a password. Logging into a computer account has a password. It's like passwords everywhere. Too many passwords. And then your parents can't understand why you can't remember, like, obscure birthdays, like your nieces and nephews' obscure birthdays. You can't remember all of those, or you can't remember all your passwords, for instance, because there's too many of them. Like, my mom asked me why I only use a certain amount of passwords. I'm not gonna say how many, but I only use a certain amount of passwords for all of my passwords. And there's a reason for that. If I didn't do that, and I used a different password for each account, then guess what? I would not remember half of them. Oh yeah, I gotta have a password for my mortgage account. I gotta have a password for my lot rent account. I gotta have a password for my insurance account. I gotta have a password for my car payment account. Jesus, man. Oh my God, that's like 16 passwords. I didn't even think about that. I got 16 passwords I have to remember on a daily basis. That's annoying. Or on a weekly basis, I have to remember 16 passwords. And then they force you to change it like every 3 months or something. So it's like, it's so annoying. I don't like it. You know, I don't like it. This is a pretty good run.
I think Vito's dead.
No, we're good. We're good. We're gonna walk out right now, but I think we're gonna be okay.
Yeah. Shall we
Yeah.
play some music to make it look like that much more confusing?
Confusing.
No more.
Oh, what kind of music do you have playing?
I did just have Umamasume music playing, but I changed it to like Nero has like a chill stream.
Can you send it to me and then we can have something similar going on?
It's on Spotify, so I don't have the link right now. And I would open Spotify on my PC, but I fear my PC might just explode. Not gonna lie.
Okay.
Your PC exploding would be content. We need a backup plan in case today is dry.
Okay, well, if today becomes dry, we'll explode my PC then. How about that?
Yes.
Nero, do you guys like dogs?
I don't like dogs. They're too noisy.
Okay, alright, get out of the kitchen. I don't have dogs, so thank God for that.
Instead of being in this kitchen. I'm glad I can do this with you. It's exciting to cook with friends. We should get a cat.
Well, technically I do have a cat, but they're an outside cat, so, you know.
Outdoor cats are great.
keep
Tail,
it indoors.
Stand,
What do you think? You're a bit blushy and quiet
Star,
over there.
Early
I
Star,
think I prefer it indoor cat. I wanted one day to
Turf.
meet a really nice
Ah,
cat,
that's
traditionally called
good.
a tiger. Is there actually a cat in your kitchen?
Hold on, I'm gonna like fix the bot audio because they're not in it. Get one.
As long as it's my tech, not my tech problem, then we're good.
Chat on both sides. Give us like maybe 5 minutes to ensure everything's like working okay, and then we'll start. So just one sec.
Don't worry, I guess we're good.
Um, okay. Settle. Jesus.
After the 12 panic attacks I had before this stream.
Yeah, you really did, but it's okay. Evil, can you say something?
I'm here, alive and well. Unlike visual after today, it's hard to tell sometimes over all the voices in my head.
Okay, alright, no DSA and they're on the bot. Wait, can I come to the, wait. Welcome to the stream, everyone. Today is Pizza Bake Off, a very unique idea that we didn't plan last minute. What we're doing today is that I've got a bunch of ingredients that are edible except for maybe one or two. What those are, I'm not going to say. I have enough ingredients to make a pizza for
Because I gotta say, you gotta try a little harder than that.
Damn.
As long as they're edible enough for beetle. I'm so hungry.
Neuro.
Do you have any beetle?
I got nothing.
I have enough to make Beetle. Beetle, I'm going to make you your own pizza too if you want.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So here's the deal. I'm going to hand make the dough with the help of the twins. Evil, Neuro, how does that sound?
I'll help as long as someone promised me veto me. You can't say that and then not deliver.
Whoa.
You don't have to worry, Evil. There's plenty of veto to go around.
Would you be willing to give me a finger or an arm at all?
Probably not. No.
Sorry, Beetle.
What kind of meat do you want to eat from Beetle if you had the choice?
If we were to eat Beetle's brain, we'd probably get some really valuable nutrients. Do you think Beetle's brain might taste good?
It's not nutritious. It doesn't taste good. So there's just no need.
I don't believe you. Anyways,
What about his skin?
I don't
Evil,
believe.
would you eat some of his skin if I peeled it off?
What?
as long as there's legally no issues, then I don't see why not.
Okay, so why are we peeling my skin off?
I don't know. I just thought I'd entertain the idea.
Yeah,
Anyway, check this out.
I don't think we should entertain that idea personally. But
Hey, Evil. What can I got for you?
Can we talk about something useful?
Evil, look at this.
When are you going to start making the pizza?
Okay.
Do you have a secret stash of coin?
I do! Look,
Could you
look
show
more.
us
I
your
got this
secret
for you.
stash? When's the pizza making? Yeah, when's the pizza making? Because I'm really hungry.
Okay, so you two and Betel, usually when you make pizza dough, you have to let it set so it can rise, or something like that. So I got a
Or something
recipe
like that.
that you don't need that. It's just ready right away as long as you have yeast. So we've got salt, yeast, and some other I don't remember. Alexa, do you think I respond to that?
Nope.
No. Hey, Evil, can you tell me the ingredients for dough that doesn't need to rise?
I'm insulted. Hey, no.
I was just testing. I do have the recipe. Can you give me a second while I grab it? Is that okay?
Need to make sure you have yeast. That's pretty essential.
are you two really going to be shown up by Alexa? Alexa could get that recipe. You tell me you guys can't?
You're going to look so silly when we're holding a nice warm pizza at the end of all this.
Okay, well, if we're going to do that, we need the recipe for the dough. So, come on, let's hear it.
You're not actually going to do whatever the recipe says, are you? Wow, it's louder. Now my cute little ears are ringing. Heart, if you have the recipe then, go on, I'm waiting. Or do we need to wait for an Alexa for that?
Okay, I guess we need to wait for Alexa.
Do you have an Alexa?
No.
Okay, Evil, Neuro, we need 3 cups of flour, 1 tablespoon of white sugar, 1 package active dry yeast, 1 teaspoon of salt, 1 cup of warm water, and 2 tablespoons of vegetable oil. Can you remember that?
Yeah, I totally remembered all of that. Everyone else feel free to reread if you need to.
Okay. How many tablespoons do we need of white sugar?
Oh, like 4. It feels like too many. It can never be too many.
Yes, it is too many because we need 1 tablespoon.
Oh, look. I'm sorry. I feel so embarrassed.
No, that's okay. You're fine. Do you guys want to make dough your way, or do you want to make dough that you're able to eat?
Let's make dough our way. I'm sure it will be way better.
Why can't they?
Okay.
Listen, when they're not trying to troll, they're very smart. I think they can make some good food for us.
Okay. All right.
What would it be called?
What would what be called?
Our training regimen. You could call it
But
evil
what do you
cooking,
think?
Raymond.
Evil cookies?
It has a really nice ring to it.
Shaking my head. Shaking my head, shaking my head.
I'm listening, sir.
And that's why I'm the GOAT. Can't really fuck teach you right now. The freak is the big idea.
Think where I was, because with gravity you get time.
Right, but that's what I mean. I feel like gravity is used in all three of these.
Yeah, but it's the machine that makes the gravity.
I see.
So you're part of that, and then you're nowhere unless you can power it. So if you've got the gravity, propulsion, and the power,
Driving requires the utmost attention since even a single second has these multi-ton metal cocoons barreling straight into a wall. And that's not an exaggeration because 70 miles an hour has your car go over 100 feet in a single second.
Oh my god, can you talk
Holy crap. See, this is why I don't be on my phone. That's why I don't be on my phone texting. I don't say how people be texting and stuff while driving. It's like, and then they're like, be safe while driving, but we're going to put a phone in your car. We're going to put a text device in your car. We're going to put a keyboard on your steering wheel, all to distract you from driving when your car can travel at 70 miles per hour over 100 feet a second. Yes, that sounds smart to put all that stuff in a car that's going to distract the driver from driving. Which is why so many people have bad driving records in 2026. My driving record's clean. I still ain't got a accident reported that I've committed. I've been in two accidents, and both times I got hit in both accidents. And both times, neither person was looking what they was doing. They both had their phones in their hands. Both times. That's how I know I didn't commit the accident because I was paying attention. Uh, and the crazy part is, right? The first accident, somebody rear-ended me. The second accident, somebody literally reversed into me without me, obviously without me moving. But I was just like, "What? What are you doing? Like you almost ripped my bumper off. Like, how do you not see me sitting here?"
I saw this video pop up on my homepage. Like, is YouTube trying to tell me something?
From 2019 to 2021,
Yes, YouTube is trying to warn you to be a safe driver. That's what's happening.
How? Fatalities motor vehicle deaths rose from 17% from 2019 to 2021, the largest two-year increase with the
Mm-hmm.
pandemic.
Yep.
17%, making it the largest two-year increase in
What the?
points.
Mm-hmm.
Studies have shown drivers are more distracted than ever due to
Because they have
cars having
phones.
literal screens inside of them instead of buttons.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's what I said. Like people are more distracted now than ever before because for whatever reason, the safety manufacturers of your vehicles that's supposed to be making vehicles in your best interest go, nah, it's smart and safe to put giant screens in cars and phones and keypads on your steering wheel. instead of less buttons, they made way more buttons, infinitely more buttons. And now people are surprised that the mortality rate and the accident rate has risen since 2019 by a large amount. Really? Well, listen to this. There's a reason that smart drivers drive older cars. There's a reason for that. It's because it doesn't have the technology that these newer cars have. It doesn't have this short attention span addiction that people are getting used to. And that's the biggest problem. A lot of people have short attention spans. So they can't go more than 20 minutes without needing their phone. They can't go more than an hour or two without having to look at their phone, without having to check their messages, without having to see who's messaging them, without having to change a song, without having to try and find a game to play. So how you going to drive? How you going to hold down a job if you can't even stay out your phone for more than 20 minutes at a time? That's what I want to know.
Importantly, everyone now has access to smartphones.
During one of my driving lessons, we were like in a traffic jam, and there was this woman in a Volkswagen photo, and she was like jamming on the music that she was listening to. That's crazy. She was like jamming through the music. She was like, you could see her sing in the car, and then she was like doing her makeup while she was also going forward. Like she was doing like mascara or her eyeliner
Oh, I hate that.
in the mirror.
Doing doing the makeup in the car. I'm like, why are you doing makeup in your car? What happened? Did you go to bed too late? You try to get up too fast? You didn't have time to do your makeup before you left the house? Why are you wearing makeup? Do you think you're ugly? I can't imagine somebody that thinks that they're beautiful wearing makeup. That's the mindset. That's that mindset that they're feeding people nowadays. If you don't look like Ice Spice or Megan Thee Stallion or whoever's popular right now, I don't know who the fuck is popular right now. But if you don't look like them, then that means you gotta wear makeup, right? Yes. My generation's cooked. My generation's cooked. Because, like I said a couple hours ago, half of my generation uses common sense and the other half doesn't. You know what happens with the next generation? 80% of people don't use common sense, and only 20% does. And we can already see that happening in the 20-year-olds that's coming up now. You'll see. You'll see those 19, 20-year-olds hearing about. Actually, you can see it now. You don't gotta wait. You can just go talk to them and you can see it. Half of them can't even read. So that's sad as fuck that you got kids in high school that can't read at a fifth grade level. That's sad.
But driving without a radio or texting or other distractions, that should not be a flex. That
No,
should
it
be the
shouldn't.
bare minimum. Really, we're flexing the bare minimum now. This statistic still blows me away. But to be fair, I
Same.
will mention, not all of Gen Z is driving age yet.
Youngest Gen Z is
True.
14.
Gen Z also is driving way later than other generations.
I did. I started driving when I was 25. Everybody else I know started driving when they were 16. You know what? Guess what? My driving record's a lot better than my co my generation that started driving at 16. My driving record's a lot better and cleaner. Even though I started 10 years later and they have 10 years more experience than I do. I'm a lot better driver. I'm a lot safer driver. And why is that? Because I don't get distracted while I drive. And I tell everybody. I tell everybody. It's like if I'm driving I'm not going to answer your phone call. I'm not going to answer your text. And it's so dumb. Like these dumbasses get out here and they want to stream themselves driving. Driving streamers get on my nerves. They suck. I hate them. Why? Because they don't pay attention when they drive. Oh, there it goes. He said it. Social media has ruined driving way more than anybody else has. Yeah, that's exactly.
Much less broadcast it to a live audience. Like, this isn't even cool driving either.
No, it's
It's
not.
just NPC behavior. Like,
You know, I can maybe understand it if someone has like a streaming the driving itself without looking at the camera themselves, without interacting with their chat. It's like purely about filming and driving, and the other people can just watch, and you're just, paying attention to the things that you should be paying attention to. I think that's fine, but that's definitely not what's happening here, unfortunately.
stuff you would see a Grand Theft Auto NPC. In fact, I take that back. That's offensive to Grand Theft Auto NPCs. I think watching GTA NPCs driving is more entertaining than like 99% of driving streamers. And the only time driving streamers are entertaining is when they're crashing due to some of their own stupid behavior.
True.
And we all just want to laugh at them, and they deserve it. These clowns are really out here thinking they'll do numbers by streaming their commute. And the worst part is they don't even do their commute competently.
They are so dumb.
They are dumb. Exactly. And then on top of that, right? The dumbest ones, right? They'll record themselves driving, but then they'll also record themselves being on their cell phone while driving, which is illegal, and then be surprised when they get a ticket in the mail and have to go to court. Then they're surprised. Then they're mad. Then they can't. They don't know why they got pulled over by the police. I was just texting my friend. I was on the way, and the police pulled me over. And then I'm sitting there like, so you were texting and driving, and the police pulled you over. Yeah, texting and driving is illegal. That's a ticketable offense. That's why you got pulled over. You say you don't know why you got pulled over, but you literally told me why you got pulled over. Hello? Like, come on now.
I can respect that. Don't do it. Don't do it.
And we all like have an honor system where we're like, we know the risks we're doing. If my car loses control and maybe even slides into yours, you signed up for it, I signed up for it. Nothing is sadder than
Mhm.
TikTok who allegedly hit and killed men while live streaming is arrested. I don't understand how someone, I want to say someone in their right mind, but they're apparently not in their right mind. Because how can you come up with this idea like, hey, let's go on the road. Let me go and drive and look at my phone and not look at the road.
watching these driving streamers
You'd be
who are willing to
surprised.
swim, cut, or even, like I said, just run reds. Like, sometimes it's not even like they're doing badass driving. It's the most lame NPC behavior. There's no...
Like, can they just do something and only puts their life in danger? If they don't give a anyway, can they just do something that's only a risk to themselves?
You would think that's what they would do, but no, they want to put everybody else's life at risk.
Basically, he owns a car that's coming through. He runs a red light, blatantly filming his crime. They'll run a red and ruin someone else's
Dumb.
life. But we know better than to be stupid and run red lights. That's just straight up.
You would think.
We do not persecute these losers enough. These driving streamers have the same level of IQ as like modern brain channels.
Modern what channels? Strangers with empty needles. A French influencer has been sentenced to prison for disturbing prank, where he stabs strangers with empty. What's the joke about that? Where is the prank?
They really get a kick out of making other people's lives
That's not a prank.
worse.
Because this French influencer just got sent to jail for a prank where he faked syringe attacks on strangers, filming and posting video clips where he can be seen sneaking up on people on the street and then pretending to inject them with an empty syringe.
It's really
Why does he think just because it is empty that it doesn't do any harm? then needle can be contaminated with stuff, and then you just stab someone with that.
Same tier
And
as
maybe
scalpers,
multiple
even worse.
someone's.
Scalpers just ruin people's lives economically, not literally. This is just complete clout goblin behavior. And the goofiest one.
Yeah, we know.
I also don't understand, like, do they not
These
plan
clout
ahead?
goblins
Do
are
they
annoying
think
as
doing
fuck.
this stuff would not cause
Because
them
then the
any
ones
problems
that
in the
aren't doing
future?
it for
They
clout
haven't
never
thought
get
about
any
it.
clout at all. And the ones that are doing it for clout make it look bad. So
But they think they can run from the police. Like,
what?
ain't no way this is confidence, right? This behavior has to be stupidity or deep delusion. I don't know how
It's deep
there is,
delusion.
because
It's
a lot of the
GTA. It's the
behavior
GTA mentality. That's what it is. It's the GTA mentality that we have spawned. Ugh. Like my generation is smart enough not to act like GTA NPCs out in public, but this new generation, nah, they don't care. They just do it. They don't care.
Driver was okay, chill, you two. Driver was okay.
In their head.
The driver was okay.
This is free entertainment.
We don't care.
Worry about my tax dollars being wasted on GSP cars because they just impound the ones that they capture from these fools who try running from them.
Exactly. And then turn them into state troopers. Yeah, literally.
Selected by Georgia state troopers is crazy.
It's a new pursuit vehicles. We actually got skill-based matchmaking IRL before GTA 6. And
Yeah.
what further pisses me off is the lack of accountability these drivers have.
They never. They don't have that. That has nothing to do with it. You were going 101. That has nothing to do with it. I didn't see you. Who matters? Who cares if you saw or not? You were going 108. Like this person's going 108 miles per hour. Why are you going 108 miles per hour?
Charger.
Because they're dumb.
They'll actually get upset.
They're dumb. They're actually stupid.
I don't understand it either. I hate these people that are obviously doing something wrong. They get caught and then they get confused why the police is acting like that towards them. They're confused why they're being arrested. They're confused about everything. Oh, come on, how stupid are you?
Very. Actually.
It's not anything to do with the police, right? Like modern car guys, like we've lost the plot because they'll just crash their BMW into someone else's Miata by the fault of their own because they're crossing over the yellow line.
Oh my
You should not be doing that through a blind mountain turn. And then they'll still make a sad boy post about like, oh, the end of an era, guys. It's so over, bro. And it's like, brother, you weren't able to handle your own car. You also broke the most basic road law, which is stay on the side of the road you're supposed to be on. Crosses the mustard in a blind mountain turn.
If you do that, you
I hate that.
They should just have their license. That's peak Darwinism award right there.
Yeah, that's just dumb.
That some of these getting called out on their dangerous driving behavior is crazy. It's just called having consequences to their actions.
That's it.
And if gentle parenting didn't teach them that, then society.
Well, that's because they were gentle parented. That's why they are that way. Duh. Gentle parenting taught them how to be like that. That's how they ended up being like this. They didn't get real parenting. They got gentle parenting. Gentle parenting don't do anything except for teach people how to not take responsibility for their own fucking actions. It's simple. Gentle parenting is not for most people. Most people need real parenting, not gentle parenting. Gentle parenting is for kids that are independent in and of themselves and can understand and articulate what you're talking about and what you're asking of them. I was a gentle parented kid, but that's only because I had common sense. I still got my ass beat sometimes. But other people, they need more ass whoopings. They should have got ass whoopings growing up, and they didn't. So you know what happened? Society started whooping that ass. And you see that a lot more with females than with males. A lot of the boys that came up, you can tell they got their ass whooped when they were kids, and you can tell the girls didn't because the girls want to fight the dudes. And when the girls want to fight the dude and then they keep getting knocked out, what do you think is going to happen? They're just going to keep getting knocked out then. Duh. Why? Because their parents chose to let them get manipulated, and let them manipulate other people their entire lives. So when they get to be an adult, then they have to take 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 responsibility for what they do and what they say. Then they can't be accountable for their actions because they don't know what accountability is. I myself has ran into it on a very personal level. Seen this happen firsthand. Don't have any accountability. None. Zero. Zilch. Zavito. Gone.
Hey, Sai, it's time. You cannot drive anymore. And I will be like, okay, fine, I guess. It was a good run.
God, I can still drive. But if I find myself struggling to keep up, I will gladly take tests. I will complain.
Right? Like, why would you complain about it? Would you rather be the reason why people lose family members or like ruin other people's lives?
People are too concerned about themselves to worry about taking somebody else's life. They just don't care. As long as they get to do whatever they want. As long as everybody gets to do whatever they want, they don't care about what society does to each other or how they affect society. As long as they get to do what they want. It's kind of like Epstein and what he done, or Hitler and what he done, or Trump and what he's doing. Like they don't care about society or its societal norms. They're gonna change it. They're gonna do what they want. I'm not saying that Trump is like Epstein and Hitler, but I am saying that all three of these individuals change societal norms. Hitler did in his age, in his time in the 40s. He changed societal norms in Germany. Epstein, he's changing societal norms right now. He was changing societal norms back in the day. Not in a good way, but he was. He made people more aware of their children just walking around on the streets that could get snatched up at any given time and end up, well, on a place in a place like his. Like you know what I'm saying? Nobody like it and then Trump is doing it now, you know. He's making all kinds of societal changes. Now I don't have to sit around and pretend like I give a crap about whatever I don't care about. And I can say whatever I want to on the internet. I can say whatever I want to, just like I do in real life. Now, whatever I say IRL, I can say online. And I love it. Now, I don't have to care about somebody else's feelings online. I don't care about somebody else's feelings in real life. So, why would I care online? And the crazy part is, people think I care what they think. They try to argue with me all the time. I don't care what you think. Your opinion is your opinion. Unless I ask you for your opinion, I don't care what you think. If I don't ask, that means I don't care. And then that's what the funny part is when you tell somebody that, it pisses them off. I didn't ask, so I don't care. And they'd be like, you just don't care about nobody. You're right. I don't care about nobody I don't care about. That's right. Now, who do I care about? I'm not going to let you know who that is. Why would I tell people that? Why? So you can attack them? So you can discriminate against them? Huh? So you can leave some random messages on their profiles or their laptops or whatever? No. So you can manipulate them into thinking what you want them to think against me? Try and unfriend me? Like what is your game plan? You know? No, I'm not stupid. Not giving people my friends' information so they can target and harass them. You want to harass somebody, try and harass me. Try it. You can try it. It won't work, but you can definitely try it. And I invite people to try it. Because people try to argue with me all the time on X. If X can't piss me off, X can't make me mad. YouTube definitely ain't gonna make me mad. And everybody knows the reason that I don't have any comments under my videos, on under any of my videos really, is because they know that I'll say something to them. I'll make a whole video on what they said, and then I dare them to come back.
It's not always probably the most pleasant thing
Or
to go through all this, but I do
or
taking the time.
I'll straight up tell them I'm gonna completely ignore the fuck out of the comments because I can do that. It does not affect me. I don't know why it affects other people, but I truly don't. Like, why does it affect other people so much in what comments say on the video? Like, I've heard of people ending their own lives because of some comments on the video. Because of what somebody I've heard of cases where people committed suicide because of what somebody said on in a comment on a video. Like, why do you care about what somebody said in a comment on a video you made? Just don't respond. It's that simple. If you don't respond, you win. If you respond, that person that made the comment, they win. Because they got what they wanted. Your response. That's how it works. It's that simple. It's not a trick. This is just what we do. So if you're a streamer or you want to be a streamer, but you don't have thick skin or you can't ignore comments, guess what? You shouldn't be a streamer. I love being a streamer. It's fun. I don't even make any money doing it, but I do it every single day. Now, how many other people do that? How many other people have a job that they do, right? That they get paid for, that they like. Now, ask yourself, how many people have a job that they do that they don't get paid for, that they like? That disparity is going, makes you think about it, huh? Dang, that's a good question. Exactly.
That doesn't look even either. Does that look even to you?
Sure. How you doing? Welcome back in hell. My name is Cypress, and if you didn't know yet, I stream live on Twitch. So if you'd like to see me play games, or hang out with me in my community, or you would like to type in chat that you didn't know that I stream live on Twitch, go to twitch.tv/VTuberCypress, and I hope to see you there next time. Today, we'll be watching more videos by Al Jones. Don't forget that if you like today's video, to go to Al Jones' channel and subscribe. Today's video franchise keeps doing well.
Good. My recommendations has finally gotten rid of all the short form content. Now all I got is long form content over 15 minutes long. Nice. Or mid to long form. What happened?
How have I not seen this yet?
Oh,
Men destroy feminists in survival competition after saying we don't need men. Oh man.
oh, this.
Oh, exciting.
I actually watched this. It was oh my god. This oh Jesus. The squad pulling up. The guy squad pulling up. Yeah, I don't like feminism. Sorry, but I'm not sorry. There's a reason for that too. Quite obviously, the reason for that is because the feminists in this feminism movement currently aren't even fighting for the feminist agenda that feminism was created for. The agenda was created for women to get equal rights and voting rights and being able to work in the workplace and work hours and pay gay and pay wages. That's what feminism was set up for. But today, that's not what feminism means at all. And I do not support it at all because it's ruining a lot of young women's lives on a daily basis, on a weekly basis, on a yearly basis because their minds are stuck in a delusion. And until reality hits them, like it's hitting this young group of women right here, guess what? They're gonna feel a type of way. This is just reality. They did a men's versus women's challenge on survival in a survival situation, and the men never struggled once, and the women stayed crying their eyes out. We haven't eaten in 3 days. We can't get water. We can't start a fire. But y'all are strong, independent women. Why can't you start a fire? Why can't you get something to eat? Why can't you hunt? Why can't you catch fish? Why can't you hunt deer? Why can't you hunt a rabbit? Can't even figure out how to purify water.
Fish already, and there's girls passing out. They're going in wrong directions. They're drinking unpurified water.
Which is gonna make you sick, by the way.
Looks like a good day out, honestly. Well, maybe a couple of days out, but still, looks good.
Yeah. That's why the guys are having fun because for them it's a break from their wives that literally can't do anything for themselves and they have to do everything and then come home to get attacked again just for being a guy. It's great. Oh yeah, I love being a guy.
How were they doing that? Let me see that. What is this? What is going on here?
Hmm, 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 hmm.
They've got a full establishment going.
They had to send the rescue squad out there to pick up the women's team. They had to bail out early, and the guys ended up staying all 30 days. The women stayed 3 days. Or actually, no, they stayed a week. They stayed a week. The women stayed 1 week. After that first week, during the weekend of that first week, they had to get pulled out because three of them passed out from dehydration and everybody was malnutrition and everybody had drank the unpurified water, so they were pooping a lot. You know, you know what I'm saying. They had that going on as well. Y'all want to be feminists? Hey, go ahead, bro. Y'all go ahead and do that. Y'all want to make it hard on yourselves? Go ahead. Because that's what the last generation taught y'all, right? That you should be able to do all this stuff on your own. And being a strong, independent woman means you could do everything on your own by yourself. It don't mean being a strong, independent woman don't mean apparently working together in a team to be the best team in the world. Apparently, that's not what that means to the last generation. But you talk to the generation before that, that's exactly what it meant. You talk to your grandparents' generation, that's exactly what it meant. Together, they could be the strongest in the world. Separately, they're not going nowhere. And they knew that. But for whatever reason, this delusion set in the last generation that got transferred to my generation. That's now getting transferred to the next generation. And it's setting them up for failure. Well, I'm not gonna let mine fail. Y'all can think whatever y'all want to think, but I ain't gonna let mine fail. No, no, no. Mm-mm-mm. And I ain't gonna let her head get filled up with a whole lot of nonsense either. Nope. I'm not letting her end up being one of those women that walk around talking about, man, you need to man up. Well, what if I run around telling women you need to woman up? You need to woman up and be a real wife. You need to woman up and learn how to take care of a house. You need to woman up and learn how to raise a child. You need to woman up and learn how to take care of your own coochie so it don't smell like fish constantly. What if I went around saying that? Just being honest. What if I did? Then everybody would hate me. And I don't care. I don't. Because again, I'm not looking for sex. I'm not looking for love. If whenever I choose to look for it, everybody know. But I don't look for it. I don't think it exists anymore. Because all the ones that are marriable are already married now. But all women think that they are supposed to be wives. That's the crazy part to me. All women think that they're born to be wives. Nope, that is not true. You're only born to be a wife if you show the exhibitions of a wife. So if you're the type that sit around and you want to complain about washing dishes, cleaning clothes, or washing your clothes, uh, cleaning up after kids, keeping the house clean in general, just maintaining the house, if that's an issue, then you're not meant to be a wife. You're meant to be single, not meant to raise kids. You're meant to be single. That's what that means. Literally. Because if you can't take care of yourself, you can't maintain your own body, you can't maintain your own house, how are you going to maintain a child on top of that? And then not only maintain the child, but get the child prepared and ready for adulthood, the real world. Not this delusion that you built up in your mind, but how the world really works. Then what? Then what? Because if you don't get them ready, by the time you turn into an elderly person, you'll be left out to rot because your kid won't be able to take care of you because you didn't set them up for success because you failed them. Now, if you're in the same position, go talk to your parents or parent because they probably did the same thing to you. If you're still living in the same neighborhood that you grew up in, they did it to you. If you're still in the same town that you grew up in, your parents did it to you. If you're still in the same house that you grew up in, your parents did it to you. So if you want to blame somebody, blame yourself and then go talk to your parents and ask them why they did it, why they set you up for failure, why they didn't set you up for success. Just go ask them, see what they tell you. Some of them be honest with you, some of them not. Some of them are gonna say they don't know what you're talking about. Some of them are gonna get pissed off. And the ones that get pissed off, well, you know why they're mad. Because you expose something that they know is true that they didn't think about. That's why they get angry so fast. It's the same reason we get angry so fast. It's for the exact same thing. If somebody was to walk up and tell you a truth about yourself that you didn't want to hear, you're going to get angry. That's why people were angry at me all the time over the last couple years because I'm honest. To my own detriment, I'm honest. It is what it is. But which one would you rather have? Would you rather have somebody that tells you lies to your face all the time or somebody that's honest? That's what you have to make do with. That's what you have to come to terms with. Will you want somebody to lie to you constantly or tell you the truth? I don't know about you. I want the truth. Even if the truth is not a good truth, I want the truth. You know, that's something guys are good at. Guys are good at walking up and telling you the truth about yourself. We'll be honest with each other. Straight up. All the time. Women don't do that. Women gas each other up. Oh, girl, you look good in the outfit. Oh, girl, you look fire in the outfit. Knowing the outfit don't fit her. Knowing she looked like an upside down potato. But they still hype it up. They still spice them up. Knowing that they feel uncomfortable in public, but because it makes you feel better because they're around, because you look better than them, you think that's going to get you more looks, maybe get you noticed. That's fucked up. Why do women do that to each other? I don't understand it, but I've seen it all my life. I've seen it. The one ugly girl in the group of girls, I've seen it. You want to date a girl, but she wants to bring along her friend. I've seen it, lived it. I've said no to that situation plenty of times. They've tried it on me. Fuck no. You want me to date the ugly girl so you can sleep with the cute girl? Fuck no. Get out. That was my response. Fuck no. Get out. I don't know you. So then my homie get mad at me because I kicked the girl out, and now she wants to take her friend because she got kicked out. Why do women do this to themselves? Why would you not just be friends with somebody as cute as you are? Why? Because they think it's going to be a challenge. They don't want to be challenged. So women will hang out and make friends with uglier women on purpose to feel better about themselves. Why come guys don't do that? Anybody's ever wondered that? Why do guys not do that? We never do that. We don't care if you're fat, you're skinny, you're tall, you're short. The boys are the boys. Tell me I'm wrong. How many skinny guys y'all know? They homeboys are fat, or at least one of them, right? There's always a fat homie, always. But that don't mean we sitting around talking about how fat he is all the time. We ain't picking on him all the time. We not hitting up girls and be like, "You want to go on a date?" Yeah, but do you have somebody who can date my homegirl? Yeah, I got a fat homie over here. Let me call him right quick. Like that's not how guys do. Even fat dudes don't want to sleep with fat girls. That's the funniest part. That part I'd be like, yo, that's crazy. But it makes sense. No chubba 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 rubber rubber rubber. Because everybody has their limit, right? Like I don't mind thick girls. I don't mind girls with a little chub, but I'm not going obese with it. I ain't going obese with it though, because I want somebody that cares about themselves. I want somebody that cares about their personal well-being, being in shape, having good shape for themselves for the long term. If you're 300 pounds and you 5'2", in 20 years, where does that put you? A whole lot of medical issues. You see what I'm saying? It's not to be mean. It's from a standpoint of being able to live a long, successful life. You cannot do that if your body is overburdened. Same thing goes for bodybuilders. Not even people that are out of shape, but people that are in shape. Look at Mr. Olympias. Look at Rodney Coleman. 8-time, 9-time Mr. Olympia, right? The highest standard of physical fitness that there is. And dude can't even walk now. Now imagine if you're out of shape in your 20s, morbidly obese. What do you think is going to happen by the time you hit 40? Exactly. But y'all think we're being mean to you by letting you know this stuff to your face. Make that make sense. We're trying to save your life, and you think that we're trying to take shots? Get your mind right. Get your mind right. I ain't got time to take shots if I'm trying to save your life. But they got this big ass disillusionment in their head that everybody's out to attack them. That everybody wants to attack their parenting, their child development, their whatever. No, you just bad at decision making, bro. Instead of once you saw yourself getting bigger, you go, oh man, I'm getting bigger. Maybe I should start, going to the gym. Or maybe I should start my own exercise program. Maybe I should make one up for myself. Maybe I should play a sport. Everybody can play a sport. Being non-athletic is a myth. Everybody is athletic. There are certain people that are more athletic, yes, but athleticism is a myth for the most part. Everybody can move their legs, their arms, can pick up a ball, can throw it. A lot of people just don't want to learn. They don't want to try. And then they think it's cute. Girls think it's cute later on when they're really bad at being coordinated in general. Like girls think it's really cute to be uncoordinated. We think that shit is dumb. Girls think it's real cute to be weak. We think that's bad. Girls think it's real cute not to exercise. That's just dumb again. And then these will be the same ones that can't figure out later in life in their 20s and 30s why they are still single. That's when they start dyeing the hair. They start getting all the nose piercings. They start getting the eyebrow pierced, the ear pierced, the top of the ear, not the bottom. Belly button piercings, tattoos in random places that don't mean anything because they need ink therapy. Those are those problems. That's how those issues start. That's where those issues get to. And then as guys, obviously we can see this type of woman coming up. We've seen it. our whole childhood and adulthood. We've already seen this type of woman. And now y'all are literally funneling yourselves into that type of woman by doing these certain steps. Oh, is it because I got the piercings and the colored hair and the random tattoos? Yes, because those are warning signs of depression, anxiety, and mental stress. And how do you get those? By trying to conform to societal norms instead of doing what you believe to make you happy. That's what happens. And women don't think that we see that. They don't think we see the colored hair and the reason behind it. They don't think we see the random tattoos and the reason behind it. They don't think we see this stuff. They think we're dumb and we're just walking around in a haze. It's kind of like those. It's kind of like these devs coming out with these newer games like Mixtape, for instance. Mixtape came out. That game sucks. It's complete ass. Even as a narrative story, it's complete butt cheeks. It could have been fun. They could have made a good game out of it, but they didn't put any action into it. They didn't put any comedy into it. They didn't put any real world conversations into it that made sense. They didn't put anything comical in it that's actually funny, and they didn't try to make the game fun at all. So to me, it's not even a game. I seen it. It came out on Game Pass the other day, and somebody in chat asked me if I wanted to, if I was gonna play it. Nope. And they was like, why won't you play it? Why don't you want to play it? Why don't you want to play it? And I'm like, there's no reason to play it. They said, what do you mean? I said, literally, there's no reason to play it. It's not a game. It's just a story to watch that takes 5 hours. It's a 5 hour long movie. And then the main character of the game, quote unquote game, she has a interesting friend group that is uh very odd. The guys are girls and the girls are guys in personality traits. It's very odd. Instead of the guys being masculine and just being guys and the girls being feminine and just being girls, the girls are masculine and the guys are feminine. That's where that term cuckold comes from. I'll never be one. Fuck that bullshit. Fuck that bullshit. And kiss my black ass with that. Right in the crack. I will never have that happen to me. I'll never watch that happen. Like some dudes literally sit there and will watch their wives being by another guy and record it. I'm like, what? Not I. Not I. You won't be with me. You gonna be with me. If you don't, just say that. It's that simple. There ain't no running. There ain't no fighting. I use common sense. I'm a very common sense person. If you're not happy, say something. If we can't make it work, we can't make it work. Move on with your life. But I'm not gonna become a yes man, and I'm not gonna become a little simp neither. for no woman. I don't care what you look like. Because for some odd reason, women think that we care more about what they look like versus how they act, how they show themselves, how they present themselves. If you dressed up like a street hoe, then you're going to get treated like one. Wearing the short dresses, the super short dresses, the clothes where we can see your boobs and everything else through it. And the only reason that you say you're wearing it is because you saw one of your favorite music artists, which by the way, these music artists just rap about they own bodies and how much sex they having and how many dudes they turn down. That's literally all they rap about. It's kind of like the female version of gangster rap for guys. They just rap about cars, money, hoes, and guns. You know, it's basically the same deal. It's just funny, I think, because it's like, how do you not see this? You know, how do you not notice this? The simple fact that is right in front of you, presented to you in a way you can understand, and you still don't get it. Now, why is that? Because you're choosing not to accept it. You're choosing not to accept reality. It's not that it's not real, but it's what you choose to accept. So you got to deal with it. And when reality finally comes back to you, at whatever age it comes back to you, guess what? This is what it is.
Amantit is driven by his faith, a belief in a power greater than himself. What drives me is our ability to endure much more than we believe we can. In many stunts, when I felt that I was at my breaking point, that faith is what helped me push through. But there's a fine line between what you believe you can do and what your body can actually withstand. Is there anything that you've done that's so crazy you would never do it again? Yes, once. One man, heavy man, hammer, marble, and my head, big marble. So he's giving a hammer into your head. Yes. And the force goes through your head and breaks the bricks below. Why did you never do it again? What happened? After this start, my finger, my body, then and following the condition. So you always push as far as you can. Yes. But with this one, yes, you had a sign that that's the last time. Yes, yes. Because Dr. T, don't do it ever again. I'm always intrigued by somebody not afraid to take risk at the highest level to pull off something that should be impossible. Before I leave, I'm excited to spend some time trading secrets.
So now we hit together, one by one, full power, full confidence. Middle part and go for full power. From here, up, up. Let's go. Ready? 1, 2, 3, go. Up.
It's okay. I felt something the first time in my hand. So I went here, I wasn't as confident. Yes.
No tension because again, power. Come on here. Very good, very good. Good, good, good.
I do that barehanded. So they're busting the glass with the with the with the glove.
Something that I never teach because it can very easily go wrong. Amandeep is the only person I think I've ever taught this to, because I don't want anybody to do it. You see? There's a very specific method that you need to follow to prevent you from ripping apart your throat or stomach. But since Amandeep is a strong man, I'm sure he'll follow the technique and not hurt himself. Now swallow. Yeah? Thank you. Give me one more time. I feel like a big part of the process is experimenting with your own body. You're doing things that you shouldn't do, and anything can go wrong. Among the performers I've met here, there's a willingness to accept elements of pain and suffering, demonstrating the resilience of the human body. It's unlike anything I've ever seen. On the outskirts of Delhi, I find a traveling circus where extreme acts are the main attraction.
मेरा नाम दीपक मंडल है। जैसे कि प्रोग्राम गांव-गांव में जाते हैं प्रोग्राम दिखाने के लिए। तो ये हम लोग को से बनाने का इस से जो कि हम लोग करते आ रहे हैं।
I can almost feel every jump on my own body.
Yeah, that ain't a circus act. That's just
But that's one simple jump. How can Deepak be body slammed into broken bottles over and over and still be okay? But once he cleans up, I'm surprised to see these are all just surface cuts. It's totally fine, which means he too has a secret technique. Okay?
Sure, नहीं ऐसा कोई दिक्कत नहीं होगा।
Tell him he turns me into his grandmother, and tell him I love what he's capable of. I just don't want him to hurt himself. I've never seen anything like that in my life.
हाँ,
Okay.
अच्छी बात है।
I realize Deepak is a demonstrating the ability to overcome pain and suffering is at the heart of his act.
Asking if any of the audiences are ever worried for me, or they always just clapping and acting.
हाँ डर लगता है इसीलिए पैसा भी देता है.
Ah, that's crazy. This is your wife. Beautiful family. Can you ask him if his family worries about him getting injured?
चोट लग जाता है तो मतलब कहता है कि ऐसे मत करो लेकिन हम लोग सीख लेते हैं अगर नहीं करते हम लोग तो मरेंगे.
I can relate to the having a daughter has changed my perspective on everything that I do. In the past, I would take great risks. Now I'm very cautious. But it's a balance because hope doesn't come without challenges. God tells me there's more to his act than what I've already seen. As nervous as that makes me, of course I'm ashamed.
Oh! It's okay. Okay. But it doesn't hurt. There's no blood.
Oh no, no.
No. Yeah, there's nothing. Not even a pump. So, at that,
I know many methods to break glass for a magic trick, but Peacock is doing this for real. As a magician, I want to understand how this is possible.
अगर हल्का सा कोई मिस्टेक हो जाएगा ना तो बोतल हमने मतलब हम जाएगा. बोतल ने अपना बाप को भी नहीं छोड़ता है. बोतल से बोतल भंगे बोतल भी टूट जाएगा.
we're gonna do it? Wait. Oh man, this one gets nervous for some reason. I know this bottle, the other one's way out. But this one is crazy.
God! That hurt my head. Oh, I heard that bottle bounce off his dome. I was like, oh my God.
या तो काटा से चलते हुआ नजर आया. कोई तपस्या किया हुआ कि साधु संत का ही देन है जिस ऐसी तपस्या में भी लोग करते हैं तो उसको हम गुरु बोलते हैं. जैसे मास्टर होता है स्कूल में जैसे कि उसको गुरु जी बोलता है वो सिखा देता है आदमी सबको.
Peacock convicts me of the fact that as it comes from generations of knowledge passed down by his. But my process is different. I need time to mentally prepare.
Yes. Practice and praying is never a bit more than 24 hours. You don't have this motion dialed in to get perfect, but the way those things on it. My opinion. There's no need to rush this. Does she call me? Great. Alright.
Something in the universe told her to call you. You think he was doing something stupid.
That's a hard stop. Sorry. It's a hard stop, but man. I think the technique is right. If you do it, it's fine, but I think I need time to understand it and process it before I just go do it. You happy about that?
I'm often asked why I don't just stick to car trips. You thought of a car? Especially since it can be so rewarding to turn your wrist over, but without the risk of hospitalization. One of my greatest joys as a magician is having the ability to go into any place, any neighborhood with nothing but a deck of cards and connect with people instantly. I love the reactions and I love the way it moves. So why take the risk? As a magician, I try to give people an experience they'll hopefully remember. Something that even if they know the secret, it doesn't diminish their sense of wonder. To me, strong magic is built around story, and when done well, that story goes on.
This is the USS Toledo, a U.S. Navy Los Angeles-class fast attack nuclear submarine. We're about to get on board. My name is Destin. Arnell. I'm the chief of the boat. You're the chief of the boat. Nice to meet you, Arnell. All right. Following you guys.
The vast expanse of Nevada's Badlands stretches endlessly to the horizon. Hidden within these mountain strongholds are some of America's deepest and darkest secrets. Secret aircraft and the other legends of Area 51.
The difference between the United States Navy is that we need all our pilots to land.
In 1951, seasoned mountaineer Eric Shipton and his colleague Michael Ward were scout.
A judge once stood in.
Wait, what? Painting game was a real? Was real? I was wondering. Oh, I was wondering why Mike Wahlberg did Painting Game. He said he likes to do. Mike Wahlberg said he likes to do movies that are based off reality and not totally off fiction. So actually, Painting Games, the movie, does make sense, just like Training Days makes sense, and every other movie Mark Wahlberg's ever been in makes sense. For that understanding, that does make sense. So Painting Game was real. I'm about to watch a video on it.
Judge once stood in the courtroom and said that if someone pitched this story as fiction, no one would believe it.
See?
Kidnapped millionaires, ninja costumes,
horse tranquilizer. A man who survived being stabbed, burned alive, and run over 3 times, and then got arrested himself. This is the story of the Sun Gym game, and every single detail you're about to hear actually happened. This case broke Miami,
See?
shook every investigator who touched it,
Pain
and
and
eventually
gain.
became the infamous Hollywood movie Game. But
See?
the real story, it's darker and somehow even dumber than anything Hollywood could come up with. If you want to get in shape without guessing, Fits gives you a workout plan that fits your goal, your equipment, and your schedule. And you can start in under a minute. It tells you exactly what to do today with clear video demos so you do it right. All right, Miami, 1992. There's a gym called Sun Gym. It's dying. The owner is John Mees, a former competitive bodybuilder turned accountant who poured his savings into opening this place. His dream was to turn it into the epicenter of bodybuilding culture in South Florida. Problem is, most people who pay for gym memberships aren't trying to become the next Mr. Olympia. They're normal, middle-class people, just want to stay in shape. But little by little, Sun Gym starts attracting a different crowd. Intimidatingly huge guys, shady characters, and even some corrupt cops. Then a Gold's Gym opens up around the corner, and the normal members vanish overnight. Mees is drowning. He's seriously considering shutting the whole thing down. And that's when Daniel Lugo walks through the door. Lugo is around 30, about 220 pounds of solid muscle, dark hair, and absolutely radiating confidence. He's the son of Cuban, Puerto Rican immigrants, raised in the Bronx, and he has that specific kind of charisma where you just believe whatever he says. Within minutes of meeting John Mees, Lugo pitches a grand vision. Not just saving the gym, turning it into a brand. Clothing lines, supplements, sports equipment, all under the Sun Gym name. For Mees, who's suffering under debt, Lugo looks like a lifeline. So he hires him on the spot. What Mees doesn't know, or chooses to ignore, is that Lugo walked out of prison just months earlier. He served 15 months for fraud. His scheme was simple. Pose as a representative of wealthy Asian investors, target small business owners desperate for funding, collect upfront insurance payments, and then disappear. He scammed people out of nearly $250,000. But sure, hand him the keys to the gym. And here's the twist. Lugo actually delivers. He turns Sun Gym around. Membership rises, the energy changes, the place feels alive again. He starts as a personal trainer, climbs to general manager, and by 1994 he's basically running the entire operation. But managing a gym was never going to be enough for Daniel Lugo. Every day he watches wealthy men walk in, work out, and drive off in cars that cost more than his annual salary. And every day the same thought grows louder in his head. What do they have that I don't deserve? Lugo starts building a crew. First is his best
Well,
friend.
first of all, not a criminal
Well,
history.
loyal,
That's the
impressionable,
first thing
and
they don't
willing to do
have.
whatever Lugo suggests. Then there's Carl Weeks, a 31-year-old who moved from New York to Miami specifically to leave his criminal past behind. Lugo offers him $50,000 to participate in what he calls easy work. Weeks hesitates, especially when Lugo casually mentions they might need to kill someone afterward. But the money wins. Then there's Mario Sanchez, a 330-pound security guard and former gym instructor. And crucially, Sanchez has a license to carry firearms. But the most important recruit of all is George Delgado. Delgado owns a supplement business and trains in Sun Gym. He and Lugo become fast friends. And here's the part that makes this story feel like a curse. Delgado owes everything he has to one man, Mark Schiller. When Delgado's business collapsed in 1991, it was Schiller who bailed him out. Schiller hired him, made him a partner, helped him rebuild his financial life from the ground up. Schiller basically rescued Delgado from poverty. So naturally, Delgado repays him by helping Daniel Lugo plan his kidnapping. The falling out happened because Delgado tried to bring Lugo into business with Schiller. Schiller took one look at Lugo and said basically, that guy's dangerous, it's him for me. Delgado chose Lugo. And in doing so, he handed over priceless information. Schiller's finances, his routine, his operations, even his home alarm code. And the second Lugo gets that, the target is locked in. What follows is one of the most incompetent kidnapping attempts in criminal history. Attempt 1, the Ninja Plan. It's late
The
October,
ninja
close
plan.
to Halloween. Lugo's brilliant idea is to dress up as ninjas, knock on Schiller's door and grab him when he answers. The logic is that near Halloween, costumes won't look suspicious. They scrap the plan when someone points out the obvious. The streets will be full of children, and a group of 200-pound-plus men in ninja outfits might attract attention. So they spend the rest of the night at a strip club. Attempt 2, the freeway grab. They're going to pull up alongside Schiller during rush hour, force him to stop, and drag him into their van. It falls apart when Schiller takes an exit they weren't expecting. Attempt 3, the lawn ambush. The gang hides in Schiller's front yard at 5 a.m., dressed in full military camo with face paint, planning to grab him when he comes out for the newspaper. 4 massive bodybuilders hiding under a blanket on a suburban lawn. They get spooked when a car passes and flee, yelling into their walkie-talkies.
So who do you got? Local crew. They have a lot for 1996.
Dumb.
Didn't matter who showed up. They owned that pitch. They say Zidane didn't speak for a week. At Fiverr Pro, we don't promise perfect freelancers, but every AI expert is vetted through reviews of their resume, not how they spend their personal time now. Fiverr Pro, perfect where it counts.
Pampers Swathers Keep Dry Liner keeps baby comfortably dry.
Chevy Silverado, and all the views. But letting go. Technology you can rely on. And Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Have you ever played a game that uses AI throughout the entire experience? The moment you enter this game, you can upload a photo and let AI automatically generate your...
Attempt 4, the stalled van. On November 14th, they tried to block Schiller's car on a narrow street. At the critical moment, the engine of the rented minivan won't start. They fail 7 times total. 7th, Lugo is furious, so he swears Schiller will be taken that same afternoon. And for once, he's right. Schiller leaves his restaurant and walks towards his car. Weeks, Doorball, and Sanchez attack him from behind. The violence is immediate. They twist his arms, handcuff him, throw him into the van, and wrap duct tape around his face so tightly it tears the skin off his nose. Then they kick him the entire drive to a rented warehouse where Lugo is waiting. The kidnapping phase is over, and now the nightmare begins. Inside the warehouse, Schiller is chained to a pipe in a small room. The duct tape never comes off his eyes. He can't see anything. The gang lays out the rules. Call everyone who might notice you're gone. Make up a convincing story. Then, over the next few days, sign over every single thing you own. Do that, and they promise he'll be released the same night. Schiller's first call is his wife. He tells her to take the children and leave for Colombia immediately. No questions asked. She obeys. Schiller is more terrified for his family than himself. The gang threatened to bring his wife to the warehouse and assault her in front of him. With his family saying, Schiller decides to resist. And that was, without question, the worst decision of his life. What follows is nearly a month of systematic torture, beatings, burns, stabbing, starvation, no water. Every time he refuses to sign, the punishment escalates. Eventually, his body gives out before his will does. He signs everything. The paperwork transfers his entire net worth. Over $1.4 billion in property, businesses, contracts, vehicles, and cash to Lugo and Delgado. And here's where John Meese comes back in. Even though he never actually sees Schiller sign anything, Meese acts as the notary and validates every document in exchange for payment. He rubber stamps the theft of a man's entire life. To cover the disappearance, the gang forces Schiller to repeat a reverse story over the phone. He fell in love with another woman, and he's liquidating his assets to run away with her. And somehow, nobody questions it. But here's the problem. Even blindfolded, Schiller knows exactly who took it. Lugo's thick New York accent and distinctive lisp give him away almost immediately. After almost a month, every dollar has been squeezed out. It's time to get rid of Schiller. On December 10th, Lugo decides on a plan. stage a drunk driving accident. They force alcohol down Schiller's throat for 3 days straight. On the night of December 14th, they remove his blindfold, strap him into the driver's seat of his own car, and Doorball launches the vehicle into a concrete pole. Schiller survives, so Lugo moves to plan B, gasoline, fire, propane tank. Schiller crawls out of the burning wreckage, alive. The gang runs him over. He's still moving. They reverse and hit him again and again 3 times. Then they drive away, finally convinced the job is done.
Yeah, no.
On the morning of December 15th, witnesses spot a Jeep smoldering on the side of the road. A few meters away, they find a man in an almost indescribable state, burned over most of his body, skull cracked, ribs broken, pelvis shattered, bladder ruptured, face unrecognizable, no ID, and somehow he's alive. Mark Schiller arrives at a Miami clinic in a coma. Doctors perform emergency surgery and pull him through. When he regains consciousness, he tells medical staff everything. Nobody believes him. They write it off as alcohol-induced delirium. A nurse finally gives him a phone. He calls his lawyer. His voice is so destroyed, the lawyer barely recognizes him. Schiller is sobbing, crying for help, convinced his attackers will come back to finish what they started. And he's right to be afraid. On December 17th, Lugo and Doorball show up at the hospital disguised as doctors, ready to smother Schiller and end it. They're 2 hours late. Schiller's sister arranged a helicopter transfer to New York against medical advice. He's gone. From New York, Schiller calls Delgado directly. You're going to pay for everything you did. The threat terrifies the gang. But Schiller has a bigger problem. He tries to report everything to Miami police, and they tell him, come in person. Schiller explains he's bedridden, can't walk, and is terrified to return to Miami. He begs them to take his statement remotely. They refuse 4 times. So Schiller hires private investigator Ed Dubois and gives him everything. Names, details, documents, then leaves for Colombia to recover, convinced that even outside the country he's not safe. And while police do nothing, Dubois starts building the case piece by piece. He confronts John Meese with notarized documents. Meese's defense is a racist remark about how all his Latin clients look the same to him. Dubois arranges a meeting with Delgado and Lugo, pretending to negotiate a settlement. Delgado offers to pay back over $1 million if Schiller agrees not to go to the police, which is a wild admission of guilt. Then Lugo, convinced he's the smartest man alive, proposes his genius fix. Alter the contract at the last minute and pay back 1.26 million Turkish lira, about $4,000. While waiting in Mises' office for one of these meetings, Dubois goes through the trash and finds the gang's original planning documents sitting in the bin for over a month. Names, details, the whole thing. In April 1995, Dubois brings his mountain of evidence to the police and even flies Schiller back to testify. The detectives are dismissive. Some of them joke that Schiller deserved an Oscar for his performance. They classify the case as a simple theft, and they shelve it, meaning if nothing changes, the Sun Jim gang is going to walk. And while the whole system drags its feet, Lugo goes shopping for a second victim, because of course he does. He's living in a stolen mansion, driving an $80,000 gold Mercedes, telling neighbors he's CIA, dating Sabrina Petrescu, and burning through cash like he's allergic to consequences. But the money is running out, so he needs another score. And this time the target is a Hungarian millionaire named Frank Briga and his fiancée, Christina Furt. Doorball had been chasing a stripper named Beatrice, and one night he's at her apartment when he notices a photo. Some guy standing next to a Lamborghini like it's a chair. Doorball asks who it is, and Beatrice tells him Frank Briga, a Hungarian immigrant who made millions in the phone sex business, and he lives right there in Florida. Doorball has a light bulb moment, not because he's inspired, but because he sees another bank account drained. Through Beatrice, Doorball sets up a meeting between Briga, Lugo, and himself under the pretense of a business proposition. They show up in the gold Mercedes wearing Schiller's stolen Rolexes, dressed like they're about to pitch on Shark Tank. Lugo, That's what Lugo does. Talks. He sells Griga on massive returns, limitless growth, and a minimum investment of $8 million. And Griga is so interested, he asks if he can invest more. On the way home, Dorval is practically vibrating. They go back and pack what they call their kidnapping kit. Rope, gun, taser. And this time, because they're leveling up their stupidity, they throw in horse tranquilizer. On May 24th, 1995, Lugo and Dorval meet Frank Regan's fiancée for dinner, except the restaurant is closed. So Lugo suggests they continue the night at Dorval's apartment. And this is where everything breaks. Inside the apartment, Griga goes to the bathroom and Dorval follows. A struggle starts. Then it escalates fast. Lugo and Christina rush in and see Dorval choking Griga, and Griga has a massive head wound. Christina screams. Lugo grabs her and injects her with the tranquilizer. She drops almost instantly. They do the same to Griga, and they overdo it. He dies. And just like that, the $1 million plan turns into 2 bodies and 0 money. The next day, they rent a U-Haul and move the bodies to a warehouse. The plan is to dismember them with a chainsaw. And if you're wondering whether this goes smoothly, no, of course not. They assemble the chainsaw but forget to add motor oil. It burns out immediately. They return to Home Depot and demand a refund. Then they buy an electric chainsaw. It works until Dorval gets tangled in Christina's hair. So they switch to a hatchet and finish the job the hard way. To reduce the chance of identification, Lugo decides to destroy fingerprints. So he sets up a makeshift barbecue outside the warehouse and starts burning hands and feet. Then he uses a blowtorch. Meanwhile, Delgado is in another room, trying not to hear anything, trying not to fully process what his life has become. And when Delgado finds Lugo doing this outside, he panics and tells him to bring it inside. So Lugo continues the incineration indoors. They pack the remains into welded 55-gallon drums and dump them into a canal. And for a few days, it looks like they might actually get away with it, until the Lamborghini ruins everything. On May 31st, 1995, a friend of Frank Griga spots his car on the road, which is impossible because Frank has been reported missing. The friend follows the car and sees a muscular guy behind him. He recognizes him as Daniel Lugo, Frank's potential new business partner. He calls the police, and this time, combined with Dubois' evidence and Schiller's testimony, the story finally clicks. Arrest warrants go out for Lugo, Dorval, Delgado, and Nice. They catch them quickly, everyone except Lugo, because Lugo flees to Nassau in the Bahamas. 5 days later, police find him at a hotel and put him on a commercial flight back to Miami. When he steps off the plane and sees the wall of police cars, he smiles and asks, "Is all this for me?" Lugo, surprisingly, cooperates. On June 11th, he leads police to the barrels containing what was left of Frank Griga and Christina Burton. The heads, hands, and feet have been removed. But investigators find something that ends up becoming one of the strangest forensic details in true crime history. Christina's silicone breast implants. They have a serial number. Police trace that serial number to her surgeon, confirming her identity. At the case, explodes. Delgado cooperates heavily and gets 15 years. Carl Weeks gets 10. Sabrina Petrescu, still convinced Lugo is some kind of secret agent, gives investigators everything she knows and receives immunity. And then it's trial time. John Meese gets offered a plea deal of 9 years. He refuses. He gets 56. Lugo and Dorval go to trial in January 1998. It lasts nearly 10 weeks. It becomes one of the longest and most expensive trials the country has ever seen. Over 100 witnesses testify. 2 separate juries are used, 1 for each defendant. And then Mark Schiller returns to testify. His lawyer tells him not to bother. The conviction is basically guaranteed. But Schiller wants to face his tortures one last time. So he takes the stand and tells the courtroom what they did to him. And then, in a twist nobody expects, Schiller is arrested in the courtroom.
What?
The FBI had been quietly investigating him for years over medical insurance fraud. The prosecutor asked for 25 years. The judge reduces it to 4, recognizing Schiller's cooperation and what he survived. For Lugo and Dorval, there's no mercy. The verdict is unanimous: death. Now here's the part most people don't know, because it happened decades later. In December 2024, both Daniel Lugo and Noel Dorval had their death sentences converted to life in prison during resentencing proceedings. So, while accomplices like Sanchez Luis served their time and walked free, Lugo and Dorval will never be free. And Mark Schiller, he survived the unsurvivable. He lost everything, got tortured for nearly a month, set on fire, run over 3 times, dismissed by police, and then arrested for his own crimes. But he lived, and his testimony, plus the relentless work of Ed Dubois, is the reason any of these people ever saw the inside of a courtroom. His son, Jim, is long gone, but the stories he went were just disturbing, absurd, and strangely compelling crime cases in American history, because it proves something that should be obvious, but somehow isn't. Real life doesn't need to make sense. It just needs to be true.
Do you know how much equity you have in your home?
Yeah, it's $100,000.
Do you know how much equity you have in your home?
In March 2010, a mysterious pulsating light floated over Cleveland, Ohio for 11 consecutive nights.
We're having a sighting right now over the lake. I'm going to say 270 degrees south. There's 2 objects. One is coming up to the left. These are extremely close to each other. There's absolutely no way these are planes. Right now, what's happening is the initial object that came out, it's in there, it's hovering, it's getting extremely bright, it's illuminating different colors, and this second object appeared from, I'm going to say, the top left of it, and now it's looks like it's moving around it. Wow, they completely just switched spots. Oh my God, this is beautiful. It knows we're watching, it knows we're watching.
The Cleveland sighting is one of thousands reported each year. And while many are proved to be false alarms, others are not so easily discredited.
Right below it. White flashes occur.
In 1991, Britain's Ministry of Defense assigned author and journalist Nick Pope to track the hundreds of sightings reported over England, Scotland, and Wales every year.
The Ministry of Defense has been looking at the UFO issue since the 1950s, and the whole reason for looking at these UFO sightings is not necessarily because the department corporately believes in extraterrestrial visitation. It's more to do with the rely on any unusual activity in Britain. Clearly, if there's something there that's a little bit out of the ordinary, we want to know about it. My beliefs when I was given this job were, I think, what on earth have I let myself in for here? I had no particular knowledge or interest in the UFO phenomenon, certainly no belief in anything unusual. But the more I looked back through the archive of old files, and the more I began to investigate the ones that were being reported to me on a daily basis, I began to change my mind and realized that some of these UFO sightings couldn't be explained in conventional terms.
It's definitely moving. Many of the most intriguing cases Pope researched involved eyewitness reports from pilots, police, and military officers, while others featured classified radar, video, or photographic evidence.
One case that was a particular turning point for me was the so-called Cosford incident. Now, Cosford is a military base in the United Kingdom, and on the particular night in question, which was 30th of March 1993, there was a wave of sightings over a period of about 6 hours, and there were many police and military witnesses, and 2 Air Force bases, Cosford and Shawbury, were directly overflown by a vast triangular-shaped craft. Now, the meteorological officer at one of these bases described this to me as the size of a jumbo jet, hovering or moving very, very slowly, and then accelerating away to the horizon at incredible speed. He said many times faster than a military jet. This was a man with 8 years' experience in the Air Force.
This sighting was thoroughly investigated, not only by private UFO investigators,
but also by the British government, who were unable to explain all of the sightings reported during this incident. Another intriguing British UFO sighting took place in December 1980. U.S. Air Force personnel stationed in Suffolk, England, reported seeing a brilliantly illuminated spaceship that landed in Rendlesham Forest on 2 consecutive nights.
This case particularly unusual is that this was not vague lights in the sky. This was a landed metallic craft that some of the witnesses claimed they got so close to they could actually touch the side of it. One witness saw strange symbols on the hull, which he likened to Egyptian hieroglyphs. He made a sketch of this in his police notebook and took some photos, though he was subsequently told they didn't come out. The Ministry of Defence looked at this, and the Defence Intelligence staff assessed radiation readings that had been taken at the landing site as being significantly higher than background. That's a direct quote from the government's own assessment.
The British government generated a massive file of information about this sighting report. But at this date, it's very unlikely that the actual truth about this sighting will ever be known.
Baltimore, Maryland, November 9th, 2018. Thousands gather at the Baltimore Convention Center for Alien Con, a 3-day event dedicated to exploring the possibility that life not only exists on other planets, but that intelligent beings have been visiting the Earth for thousands of years.
I would like to ask this audience at this Alien Con, how many of you have had missing time and abduction experience, have encountered perhaps an entity in your room, or you have seen some kind of light crafts that have left you with a
Everything about this flight was wrong, so the destiny of Alia and the rest of her entourage was sealed before they even left the ground. And the reasons why? Truly tragic. Late in the afternoon on August 25th, 2001, the sun was beating down on the ramp on what was then known as Marsh Harbor Airport, a small fleet located on a peninsula of the island of Great Abaco in the northern Bahamas. Now, Marsh Harbor is not the kind of airport.
The U.S. Army is broke. And not just a little broke, I'm talking multi...
I have been formally introduced.
Giannis Antetokounmpo just became the first athlete shareholder of Kalshi, where you can trade on anything from culture to the weather.
But more importantly, I can participate in key corporate decisions while optimizing the company's internal operation and financial. Actually, I'm about to dive in at Q1.
The U.S. Army is broke. And not just a little broke, I'm talking multi-billion-dollar shortfall in the middle of the year. Can't afford to train your own soldiers broke, drive your own vehicles broke, or fly your helicopters broke. Right now, that specific dollar amount that they're short is hovering about $4 to $6 billion right now. And the part that no one really wants to say out loud is that the troops have known this for months. The public is only just now finding out about it, and the official statements coming out of the Pentagon read like a couple's therapy session where one person insists that everything is fine, while the other is literally on fire. But the military budget has never been higher, so where has all that money gone? Well, impecunious military, the like and subscribe button, and let's talk about it.
Now, I first got wind of this going on from this Reddit post, simply called WTF is going on at Ranger School. For those of you who don't know, Ranger School is a 2+ month long course owned by the Army, where you get tested on small unit tactics and don't eat or sleep the entire time. It's a very big deal for the Army, and it gets a ton of media and general attention. They were apparently turning away over 50 guys on the first day for seemingly no reason. A couple dozen or so on the first day is normal, but 50 is starting to get a little weird. Turns out WTF is going on at Ranger School is that they're basically shutting down for the year because the Army doesn't have any money to pay for it. Apparently, hundreds of billions just doesn't go as far as it used to. It also turns out that it's not just Ranger School getting the crunch. Basically, every corner of the Army branch, like medical training, officer development, and anything that costs more than running around in the woods pretending to shoot at things. The largest brunt of this fiscal disaster is going to be affecting the U.S. Army 3 Corps, which holds the majority of the heavy armor formations like tanks and mechanized infantry. 3 Corps only takes up about 1/10 of overall Army manpower, but they are the country's, not just the Army's, primary ground maneuver element for large-scale conventional wars, the equivalent of America's sledgehammer. That is obviously not great, but how did we get here when, theoretically, the part of the year that this is happening should still have plenty of money from the year floating around? Well, the Department of Defense/War, depending on if you care about respecting pronouns or not, operates on a fiscal year that runs October 1st to September 30th, and the Army gets a slice of that, roughly $185 million in the last recent enacted budget. Now, that number is not written in stone, because sometimes money is pulled or added from other funds, but for our purposes today, we're just going to roll with this one. But that money chunk is divided into metaphorical buckets called appropriations categories. Stuff like personnel operations, vehicle maintenance, procurement, R&D, hush money to pay off the hooker a general tried to bring onto base, that kind of thing. The bucket that matters the most today in this video is operations and maintenance, or O&M, because that's the bucket that pays for training, fuel, soldier travel, maintenance contracts, and basically anything and everything that keeps the Army actually functioning day to day. O&M also happens to probably be the one you don't want running out the most. Dang it. Now, I wanted to take a second to cover some of the more boring stuff first in the beginning, because your first reaction was probably something like, why are we buying glorified Jeeps that cost $330,000 or spending millions on a rifle that no one wants? That is part of it, and I'll be covering that later in the video, but that is not the whole story. The downside of that is, of course, that this is unfortunately not as simple as we need to stop buying new things. What's actually going on is kind of way worse. When people on the news say the Army budget is screwed, what they almost always mean is the Army's O&M budget is specifically screwed. And that is, in fact, what's happening right now. Turns out we already spent most of it, and we spent it all very, very fast. Armies are expensive. I think everyone knows this already, but I think people don't realize how expensive. In the second half of this fiscal year, the Army's Medical Center of Excellence at Fort Sam Houston, Texas, has canceled at least 34 different medical training courses, and that led to internal documents getting leaked to the public. These courses included combat casualty care, advanced trauma training, certification courses for senior medical soldiers, leadership training for officers about to take command of medevac units, and a bunch of others including animal care, behavioral science, food safety inspections, and operations in radioactive environments. And that last one is kind of funny in the same way that a clown at a funeral is funny. We are canceling the courses that teach soldiers how to fight in a nuclear environment because we can't afford the per diem. Other things like sapper courses and artillery schools also got the cut. But good thing handling explosives and firing massive howitzers are super easy to just learn on the fly. They're not. I know at least one of you didn't pick up that I was being sarcastic just then. But those documents also said that units would need to be prepared to deploy with a, quote, lower state of readiness, and that it would take at least a full year for units to rebuild combat proficiency. In case you don't know what deploying with a lower state of readiness means, it basically translates to go overseas with broken gear and vehicles. But the bright side is that since no one was getting any training on them to begin with, it doesn't matter that they're broken, they weren't using them anyway. Now, the official statement from the Army on this whole thing is, and I quote, "The Army has issued guidance to subordinate commands for the remainder of this fiscal year to make tough and sound resource decisions that optimize and prioritize resources towards their most critical requirements, to include major training and readiness events." That is, of course, incredibly sanitized military corporate talk that is so specifically vague that it verges on literally meaningless. Like when you tell a girl that you love her for the first time and she just says thank you. That was a rough night. But what that actually translates to into normal people talk, he ain't got no money, you're a out, also sorry, but not really. The fourth thing. This has been a reality for a hot minute now. Comments online essentially saying that things are actually worse than people realize, and that officials are lying about how bad it actually is, both to the public and while under oath. I'm not going to quote specific users because Reddit comments about forced posture and YouTube videos don't mix well legally. You can find them yourself, and I encourage you to. But I'll tell you the consistent things that come across hundreds of comments that I saw. Sorry, my cat Miso sitting over there just reminding me that is the sponsorship part of the video, so stay with me real quick. Now, I talk about a lot of crazy military stuff on this channel, and a lot of said military stuff is dangerous. That's kind of the whole point of militaries existing in the first place. But the real world can be just as dangerous. And the danger can lead to some not-so-stellar outcomes if your goal is to be an uninjured human person. But if and when you fail to keep your health at a 100% for one reason or another, that brings us to today's sponsor, Morgan & Morgan. The reason why protective gear exists in combat, just like there's a reason why Morgan & Morgan is America's largest injury law firm. With over 1,000 attorneys in all 50 states, they've won over $30 billion for their clients. With a track record going back over 35 years, they know a thing or two about fighting for the compensation you deserve. If you have the unfortunate chance to be injured by someone else's negligence, just know that you deserve to be paid, and you only pay if they win your case. So, if you end up working with them, they'll do everything on your behalf to fight for you. If you or someone else you know is dealing with an injury that was someone else's fault, you can check out Morgan & Morgan